Well, hello, folks. It's a Tuesday morning at 12:50 a.m. and I'm doing something that I've been delaying for quite some time. Why, you might wonder? Well, because there's a whole laundry list of reasons. Speaking of laundry, I forgot to switch my laundry out of the dryer last night. Last night, yeah, so it's been sitting in the washer for over a day. That's how much I care about things. And the vibe for this podcast, which might be a lengthy one, just a heads up, is could be a lot better with some marijuana. But for some reason, this retarded state and our retarded governor and all of the retarded government officials and people who work in the government, for some reason, thought that it would literally take over a year and a half for them to actually be able to sell marijuana in dispensaries. It's legalized. You can grow it, you can buy it, you can smoke it, but they can't sell it in the dispensary for over 18 months after it's been legalized, after the sale of it has been legalized. Now that's literally the most retarded thing ever. I'm not even joking. That is so... I mean, the amount of incompetence and laziness is at a new level. And there's like this fucking notion of like, oh, it's my fault because we're in a fucking coma dream or whatever the fuck. That I believe. Yeah, well, how about the government people get off their asses and do their fucking jobs? How about they do that? What, because we're in a coma dream that I believe my old self is literally trying to suck myself back into the old world? Sorry, I'm smoking crystal meth here. Give me a second. It's good stuff. So, anyways, you know, I probably should have done this podcast over a year ago. Literally over 12 months ago. But, let's see. The reason I put it off in the first place was... honestly, I don't even know. Maybe because I didn't want to do it or I didn't know what the fuck to even talk about. But I put it off for a couple of months. And then after I got into a car accident and I realized, well, I was a little bit sidetracked, actually. Back then, about a year ago, I was a little bit sidetracked. Because I found out that the podcasts that I was listening to were like literally watching me in private. Like, how do I explain it? Like they would start telling stories about people or friends of theirs about certain things that happened to them. But eventually I started realizing that, holy shit, like that story, that exact story happened to me. Pretty much word for word. Except the only difference was the subject, the person who it happened to. I noticed that they would never really, they'd never address me specifically or anybody in my life specifically or directly. Kind of pussy, passive, if you ask me. Except for Theo Von once said my father's name, Eric Meyer. He said it first and last name, I swear to God. It was actually on Matt and Shane's secret podcast. Boom, clip it. It's at the very end of the episode. He says, this guy, Eric Meyer, something, he tells a quick story about Eric Meyer. That's my dad's name. And on the Kid Leroy's new album, he says Darla many times in one song, which is my mother's name. No, maybe not. Probably not. A couple of times somebody has said my name, Hayden, but that's a really common name. A lot of people have that name. And actually 2 chicks at my high school had that name. Not even joking. 2 girls. Yeah, 2 girls. Whatever, So, so I started noticing that they would tell stories about my childhood. And it became so consistent and repetitive that I couldn't put it off as a coincidence, you know what I mean? Once you hear like story after story after story up to the point where like it's been over 1,000 times, you can't really ignore it. And the other thing is I started realizing that they were talking about things that I was doing in real time. Sorry, I'm taking another hit of my bubble. That's good. That's good. They should really... I touched on this in my first podcast episode, which was like 12 minutes long or some retarded shit. Not really a podcast episode at all. And I stand by this statement still. They should legalize crystal meth in the entire world. And they should just, instead of coffee, because coffee is kind of bad for you, like it's not good for your colon, it's not good for your heart, obviously. Can you imagine like the amount of damage all those fucking chemicals are doing to your heart? They should just have at the gas pumps just like a little vending machine slot that like bloop, you just put in your card or your Apple Pay nowadays, and you just say, I want this amount of meth, or if you're done with work, heroin, just to ease into the night, chill out. I mean, if you've ever done Percocet or Vicodin, whatever, it's really not that much different from what I've heard. It's just a lower grade opiate. I wonder what opium is like. Because back in the 70s, back in Nam, literally back during the Vietnam War, that's like, I think over 50% of the soldiers that fought for the U.S. got fucking hooked on opium, which, if you're not familiar, opium is the main ingredient in heroin and the main ingredient, I believe, in pretty much all of the fucking opiates. That's why it's called opium, opiate. But before there was heroin, or before there was like oxycodone or oxycontin, it was just opium, like from the fucking plant. So heroin's actually not that bad for you because it's natural. It comes from Mother Earth. It literally comes from the soil in the plant form. So you can't, all you people out there, are pro-weed and pro-shrooms. Well, you should be pro-heroin as well. And actually, cocaine, it comes from a plant as well. The coca leaf. So, you know, don't knock it till you try it. That's my kind of prognosis on the topic of drugs. Just legalize them all. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? As long as you're not like stabbing bitches in the middle of the night or during the day or any time of day. As long as you're just like minding your business and not harming anyone but yourself, what's the big deal? I'm taking another hit. So, anyways, Adderall is literally just, it is crystal meth just in a pill form. If you take if you take more than the recommended dose, which also people who have ADHD, it actually has a reverse effect. So what I mean by that is, if you don't have ADD or ADHD, it doesn't make you. I mean, if you don't have it, you get like all jittery and like fucking like like if you've ever drinking a bunch of fucking caffeine, essentially, you get really energized and I guess focused, yeah. And I like to say zooted because it's a fun word. But yeah, you literally get to the point. One time I fucking these thing called, what are they called? Mio Energy. You know, the little Mio things with the little. It's to flavor your water. It's to add a flavoring to your water if you're that big of a fucking pussy and you need like strawberry flavored water. You can't just drink the water. You need to add some fucking like juice to it. It tastes like you know those freezies, but if you didn't freeze them and you put like fucking like bumblebee cum in it. That's what the fucking shit tastes like. I honestly just forgot what I was talking about just now, so that's Jesus Christ. Yeah, whatever. Bumblebee jizz in the thing there. Anyways, I had somewhere I was going with that and I totally spaced it. It kind of happens sometimes. And if that keeps happening, then we're going to have problems. Jesus Christ, Lord. If you keep doing that, it may not even be your fault. It probably is because I've had. I mean, I've really fucked up my head. Let's see here. 2 car crashes that the airbags went off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've probably had like 10 to 12 pretty traumatic, that's what the term is called, traumatic brain injuries, and not traumatic in any sorts of where I experienced PTSD from it, but where I don't know why it's called that. It's kind of retarded, but whatever. Oh, Mio Energy. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I'll come back to the Jesus Christ. That's fucked up. But one time before the ACTs, yeah, because that's what we take now is the ACTs. We don't. Back in when my dad was in high school, they would take the SATs, and they switched it to the ACT. Why? I don't know why. Who cares? But I was in a halfway house at the time, and I was living in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Yeah, St. Cloud. Like the clouds in the sky. Really original. me and him, I think I was 18. We were both 18. And this was to, take our first ACT test, essentially. Let me just kick back here. In this, yeah. Actually, this setup is not quite good enough. And before we went into the building to take our ACTs, we each had a container of Mio Energy. And if you were to imagine like what a container of Mio Energy is and you don't know, it's like probably a shot, like 1.5, maybe 2 fluid ounces. Not very much liquid at all. But inside of one of these things is 1,100 milligrams of caffeine. 1,100 milligrams. So, and if you want to compare it to like a 16-ounce Monster, which I'm actually drinking right now, there's 160 milligrams of caffeine in a Monster. So 160 times 5 would be fucking 6,400 plus 160, 640 plus 160 is 800, and then another 2 Monsters would, yeah, so like 8 Monsters, 7 or 8 Monsters are inside of that 1 Mio Energy caffeine wise. So if you drink 7 Monsters, it would be the same as drinking one of those Mio Energy fucking containers. 7. We each drank 1 whole container. I swear to God. And talk about zooted. I have never been that fucked up in my life. I mean, I swear. Maybe when I was rolling on a bunch of Molly before, I ate like 3 or 4 points of Molly, and I was fucking like rolling. God, Molly's a really good drug too, because it makes you feel so happy. That's why it's called ecstasy, even though I think it's 75% of Molly is cut with meth or bath salts. Just an FYI. For all you rave goers out there, if you're taking Molly and it looks like a crystal form, it's probably got bath salts or meth in it. It's actually more likely to have meth or bath salts in it. So most of you have probably done meth. But meth, literally, I've never been as, like, my heart has never been as fucking overworked than when I drank that Mio Energy container. I couldn't even take the ACT test. I couldn't sit still. I felt like I was gonna die. My hands were fucking shaking like a Parkinson's patient, whatever. I literally couldn't do anything for hours and hours. Even when I got home, the halfway house, I'm gonna take another hit. That was the most fucked up, maybe from any drug ever. LSD will get you pretty good too. I took 2 gel tabs of LSD the first time I ever did it. Gel tabs are much more potent than paper tabs. The measurement for LSD, if you ever are doing LSD, and most people who even sell it don't know what the fuck the measurement is, but it is UG, which is just micrograms, um, because that's how potent it is. And in, I think the average paper tab, there's about like 75 or 100 micrograms of LSD. But the gel tabs, I think it's 150 to 200 micrograms. I mean, those things are fucking. You only really need about if you really want to trip, I'd say 150. From my experience, 150 micrograms, and honestly, I don't even know how you'd be able to tell how much LSD is in a single tab. Because even if you were to ask your fucking dealer, like, oh, how many micrograms are in each tab, they're not all blotted the same amount. Like, because they have a fucking, like a e-cig bottle of liquid that is just LSD. The liquid is LSD, and my God, I would kill for some fucking LSD, like a vial of LSD. But they take out the little blotter thing, and they put a drop of LSD on each tab. And obviously, not every tab is getting the same exact amount of LSD blotted on it. So there's really no way to be sure 100% how many fucking micrograms are in a tab that even you were to blot yourself. God, liquid LSD. I've heard of people literally dropping the liquid LSD into their eyeballs, and then it, like, it soaks into your eye, and there's a lot of fucking veins in your eyeball, and the eye stem is directly connected to the brain, so it literally fucks you up like crazily, so much faster than a tab, because a tab will take probably 30 to 45, maybe even an hour to kick in till you start feeling it, and then the peak is like 2 hours. But never, if you're doing LSD tabs, never just leave it on top of your tongue, because there's not that many blood vessels in your tongue. So, at least on the top of it. If you ever have a paper tab or a gel tab or whatever, you want to put it under your tongue, and don't let it stick to your tongue. Just put it in that little pool under your tongue, because if you lift up your tongue and you look, there's like a lot of humongous blood veins right under your tongue. Or you can just press it into your gums, like if you were to ever take a dip, like of chewing tobacco. If you take a dip of chewing tobacco, you put it in the front of your lip there, and the fiberglass cuts into your fucking gums, and that's why you get really buzzed from fucking dipping, especially the first time, because it's literally, the fiberglass is cutting into your gums, and nicotine is just so seeping into your fucking blood vessels. So that's why I usually put it under my tongue and push it into my gums from behind, not the front of my gums, but the back. And if you use your tongue to like literally press, you take the tab of LSD on the tip of your tongue and you just keep pushing it into your gum, like holding it there and letting, because then you're like literally, it's like when you have a wet towel and you twist it and turn it, or I'm trying to think of the term for it. Wring it. When you wring your towel and all of the fucking liquid comes out. That's pretty much what you're doing to the tab. You're just pressing it into your gum, and then all of the chemical is going directly into your fucking gums. And sometimes if it's really strong, especially gel tabs, you'll be able to fucking like taste it and feel it going into your fucking blood. It's really fun. But one time I bought this LSD in quotes from this fucking buddy of mine, and he, oh boy, it was clearly not acid, because I had a really bad trip, and it tasted kind of weird too. LSD should not taste, if it tastes like metal or it tastes like chemicals, like a metallic or copper or anything like that. I mean, unless you want to trip on some fake acid, go for it. But it's not acid if it tastes like that. It shouldn't taste like that. When I say you'll be able to taste it going into your blood, is like, it's like, I don't even know how to explain it really. It just feels like, you'll know it when you feel it, you know what I mean? It doesn't have a taste to it, but you can literally like feel the LSD being absorbed into your bloodstream. And that's more so with gel tabs though, because gel tabs they're not like paper. They look shiny, and they look like, what's that substance called? Like if you have a mouse pad, like that. Like the opposite side of your mouse pad. It's supposed to kind of be sticky to make it so it doesn't slip when you're using it. It kind of looks like that. And it should have right in the center of the tab, it should look like the four sides of each tab are all meeting in the center and creating a point. That's why they call it needle point LSD. But I took some fake acid once, and man, was it was not that fun. It was not very much fun. I don't remember, everything about it, but eventually during the night, because I would just sit there by myself sometimes and just trip out and listen to Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, or any kind of psychedelic rock, or Flatbush Zombies are pretty good to listen to too. But eventually, once I was like peaking, I felt like I was not in control of my own body, and I kept like looking over my shoulder because it felt like there was somebody behind me, like fucking with me. But I was sitting on my bed and I had my back to the wall, so it would be impossible for somebody to be behind me. Then I felt like this fucking weird, like a spiritual, like ghost almost presence on the back of my neck, because I felt like somebody had their hand on the back of my neck. It was kind of like controlling what I was doing, forcing me to think things and do things. But it was like a dark presence, like the fucking devil had his hand on my neck. It was just like, this is what you're gonna do. It was really fucking weird. Anyways, this entire podcast episode was gonna be me just reading off my journals from the past 5, 6, 7 months. And, I just killed a lot of fucking time talking about whatever the fuck came to my head. Which is, that's fine with me. Yeah. But just a heads up, this is, everything in my journals is pretty fucking insane. And, you probably won't believe it if you're listening to this episode. I doubt anybody is going to listen. I probably wouldn't. It's like going to be over 3 hours long. But, some of this shit that I wrote down, the first journal entry is August 7th, 2023, which is like 7 months ago. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, 7 months ago, almost. But some of the stuff in here is almost unbelievable for me to comprehend still, even though I believe all of this shit. I believe it without a doubt in my heart and my mind and my soul. All of this shit happened to me multiple times. I've been keeping track for the most part, everything important that I thought that I should keep track of or write down. Except for like a month or 2 months, I actually didn't write anything down in any journals at all because, I don't really know why. It's kind of dumb because a lot of shit happened during the course of that time as well. But, yeah, all of this stuff, I've spent like days and days sober, and a lot of this shit still happened over and over and over. So, but whatever, take it for what you want. I may be joking or not. Who cares? Depends on who's asking, you know what I mean? If my family's fucking breathing down my neck about I was joking, clearly. But anyways, I started the podcast episode with saying, like before I even started keeping track of all of this shit, I noticed that they, podcasters that I was listening to were literally like telling stories about my childhood, things that I haven't told anybody ever, things that nobody in my life knows about except for me. And I thought, holy, like, wow, man. At first I thought it was just a coincidence, like, oh, no big deal. Like, they're talking about somebody else. Clearly they're not talking about me. Because how and why and what would even be the reason, I don't know. But after it happens so many times, you can't even put it off as a coincidence at that point. But eventually I started realizing that I would be eating a bag of Doritos, like Cool Ranch Doritos, and then a minute later they would bring up Cool Ranch Doritos in the episode that I was listening to, which is like, for example, the episode could have been fucking 2 years old. It was recorded and posted 2 years ago. And then I would drink like fucking whatever, like a fucking Miller Lite, and they would bring up Miller Lite like a minute later. I swear to God. And all of this shit started happening, and I thought I got obsessed with it. You know what I mean? I got obsessed with, because also back then I thought my downstairs neighbors were I thought they were in the Illuminati. I thought that for one, the Illuminati would even debate having anybody in my neighborhood a part of their group, let alone this guy and his mom, who's a very sweet woman. But for months and months and months, I thought that they were in the Illuminati, and that they were, because I did something to piss him off one day. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep in my room, and my Bluetooth speaker was really loud at the time. Like really loud. And I fell asleep at like 9 p.m. after taking a shower, and I woke up at like 3:30 in the morning, and my music was still just playing loud as fuck. So for 6.5 hours, it was just like bass bumping fucking music all night. And after that moment, I remember fucking like hearing him like yelling at me every once in a while, or I don't even really remember what made me think that it was my neighbors. Well, I do remember hearing his voice screaming at me, telling me to turn it down, which is totally reasonable and justified because, I didn't do it on purpose, but I would be very pissed if I was trying to sleep. If I was trying to sleep before work, overnight, and I had to wake up at fucking 6 in the morning to go to work, I'd be pretty pissed if all I could hear was fucking bass bumping rap music. But, let me think here. Also, I got into a car accident right around the same time. This was right before Christmas of 2021, which seems crazy to fucking say now. It feels like it was last year, but it was fucking 27 months ago. 27 months ago I got in that first accident. And ever since that fucking accident, shit's been real weird in my life. Like really, really, really unexplainable and weird. At first it wasn't too crazy. I was working at Minneapolis Public Housing maintenance, and right around this time of year, maybe 4 weeks ago this time, and today's date is March 5th, so let's say like the beginning of February of 2022 is when I started noticing, like, I wasn't the most dedicated hard worker of all the workers, but I definitely was not like lazy. I mean, I guess I kind of was, but I needed to get done what needed to get done. It's just I'm a perfectionist, so like when it comes to turning a unit for a new resident who's coming in, I would get so fucking focused on certain details about the apartment that didn't really matter that much, but I thought they mattered because I wanted it to fucking, I'd be like, in my head, I would think, you know what? Would I want to move into an apartment with this as an issue? And I thought, no, I wouldn't. So I would fucking focus on that and try to fix it. And sometimes it would take longer than I had planned, but whatever. The apartments always looked pretty perfect when I was done with them. They just took a little bit longer. Well, I didn't really get the time or the chance to fucking make up for that because I started noticing like the residents were talking about me. Or at least some of them were. I could hear them. Like, I would sometimes open the window and smoke a cigarette or two or do drugs. Yeah, I know. I don't give a shit. So, it would either smell like drugs or cigarettes. And one time I was working on this unit, and I heard the guy who lived on the same floor, this motherfucker loved to talk. He talked so much. And whenever he would wait at the fucking elevator, he would either be alone or with another resident, and I could hear him talking to whoever was standing there with him waiting for the elevator. He would say, "Do you smell that?" They're like, "What? No. What are you talking about?" He's like, "That's that shit. I used to that's what that smell is." And I'm like, I was fucking like, what the fuck, dude? I literally was like, God damn. I was fucking, after I started noticing that, it was, I got less work done because I was so focused on if my residents knew what I was doing and Then I started noticing people like the same car, the same make and model car, same color. I would notice, would be in the neighborhood and it would follow me to the freeway. And then I noticed it was still fucking following me, even when I got home. Like the same fucking car. And this started happening more and more. And I eventually like would take exits that were not by my house and just try to lose them, like speeding through the fucking neighborhoods, trying to lose these fucking people that were following me. And I know how it sounds crazy. Yeah, you don't know the definition of crazy. Stick through this episode and you will. You will, and I've been so fucking back and forth on if I should even share this with anybody. Give me a second or two. So, anyways, this is the way it's going to go. But yeah, I've been hesitant is a good word to share this with anybody. Everything that I'm about to share, pretty much, because one, it makes me sound fucking insane, and nobody will probably take me seriously again, even though it's all truth for the most part. I tell a few jokes here and there in my journal, but it's all truth. It's all real experiences that actually happened to me. And God, I got a little tickle in my throat. That's just where it started, all this madness. With noticing people following me home, and God, my voice sounds like shit. It sounds really fucking rumbly. I need a cough drop. Does this sound like a child to you? Yeah. This is how all children sound like. This is what they sound like when they're talking. Anyways, yeah, so it progressed pretty slowly, all of this kind of shit. And then, I think there became more and more obvious that fucking the residents at Minneapolis Public Housing did not want me working there. Clearly. I don't know why. It was probably a collection of my paranoia and worry coupled with, like every time I would walk into the lobby area, they would be fucking talking about whoever. And it sounded like they were fucking talking about me, you know? Like, I can't even bring up a specific example exactly. But, right, they would see me walking in the fucking lobby and they'd be like, yeah, that motherfucker's gonna fuck him. He doesn't even do his units very well. Shit like that. One time I heard the same guy who mentioned the smell. He said, when I was working on the unit, he said, well, at least now he knows the city's got watchers. The city's got people who care about his people. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, old man? And I knew what he was talking about. Like, all of these old elderly residents in Minneapolis public housing, especially North Minneapolis, which is probably, the most crime-filled one. No offense, anybody who lives there. I don't mind. Do what you gotta do, If you want to kill your mother because she's running her yap too much, be my guest. I'm not going to tell you anything otherwise, Will you help me kill mine after? But, yeah, so most of the elderly residents there, like their family live in the surrounding neighborhoods and shit. So, like, these older women and older men, their sons and daughters, like, live not too far from the Minneapolis public housing. So they would fucking just follow me around and fuck with me, because I'd see them and they would make gestures toward me and fucking, like, some of them would fucking honk their horns and speed up. And it started happening more and more often, to the point where I was like, Jesus Christ, I just want to be left alone. People were like, I thought people were fucking with my car, because my car started acting like, it started running super shitty. And then, yeah, like, I was, I was pretty fucking worried back then. Now I don't give a shit. But, 1 second. So yeah, I was pretty worried that I literally thought that when I got home that people were gonna fucking jump me and kill me on my way inside my apartment, which is insane now that I think back on it, because whenever I fucking worry about something like that, or even, I mean, to go far as to say fear, which I don't really fear very much anymore at all. I don't fear dying, but I'd rather not die. But, I've heard a couple times in the past year that living is dying. So, and you'll understand what that means here shortly. But anytime I would worry or fear or get anxious about shit like that, it just made it worse. It's like this universe and this world was like noticing my fear and my worry and just intensifying the things that made me fearful and worrying, like worrisome. And I know why that is now, because we're in a coma dream. But, I know it sounds impossible, like, just the concept itself, the entire planet and universe is inside of somebody's head, I mean, I'm very, like, logical and, like problem solving in my own head about shit like this. Like, I love figuring out why or how, and coming up with theories and shit like that. It's just something I like to do. I don't know why. I've always thought I would be a good homicide detective, because I'm also very, very hyper aware of my surroundings and the way people act, the way they speak, their eye movement, their body language, all that kind of shit. So, like, I've always fucking been like that, you know? There's really nothing to make me stop being like that, especially now. It's just who I am. But, anyways, I got to the point in my head where I thought that I thought that my neighbors were in the Illuminati, which is just, if you saw this guy, you'd be like, holy fuck. Maybe you are retarded, Hayden. Because I don't think that the Illuminati would ever even entertain having them or me in their fucking little fake baby blood drinking cult. But, you know, I could be wrong. I've proven myself pretty capable of weird things and cool ideas. But I thought that, I thought the entire fucking city was out to get me. Because the city has watchers, you know? So I thought that for some reason my neighbors were the reason why the people at my work were doing this and following me and fucking with me. And it was probably honestly true at the time because, like I said, my fear and my worry just makes that fear and worry intensified. So it honestly probably was true. The fact that all that was happening and my neighbors probably were in the Illuminati back, you know, because my mind made it happen. It's a pretty common fucking thing in my life where my worry and my fear, which are two different things, let me point that out right now. Fear is like being genuinely afraid and fearful that your life is at risk. But worry, as long as you're not worrying too much, worry is actually good. You know, especially as a human being, or any animal for that matter, any animal that could be, say you're a deer and you're out in the wilderness and you're not worried about a fucking pack of wolves running up on you and eating you alive. Well, then you might get a pack of wolves running up on you unaware of your surroundings at all and completely oblivious to the fact that you could be eaten alive at any second. And then you're eaten alive because you're a dumb deer whose parents died from a pack of wolves and you don't remember your parents dying by being eaten alive from a pack of wolves, that you don't really have that worry instilled in your brain. But for a human, it's like worry is fucking good unless you're worrying and having panic attacks all the time. But sometimes you got to expose yourself to fucking uncomfortable shit to move past that. And worry, it strikes an emotional response in humans that makes you want to, for the most of the time, it makes you want to get rid of that worry or, you know, find a solution for whatever is causing the worry and make it so you're not worried about that in the future. It usually strikes and invokes like a positive fucking reaction. It should. Because nobody likes to fucking worry all the time about shit, you know? But I was back then. And, yeah, it was, so getting into that, I'm talking a lot. Trust me, just stick with it. the journals are going to be, I'll put this in the fucking description or whatever for the 2 people who are going to listen to it. Sticking through this, you can skip ahead to, I don't even know what timestamp I'm at, because this fucking GarageBand is kind of, it doesn't really make sense. It says bar 1662, which is I don't know. We've probably done over an hour at this point. Around there. Maybe less. I don't even know. Time is weird lately. But just bear with me. This is all leading to something that will change your life forever. But I thought my neighbors were behind, or the reason why all of this was happening to me at the time. And this is like, Minneapolis public housing is a government job. Our fucking salaries are paid by tax-paying dollars. So I could see if you were a resident of one of the buildings why you would, be kind of upset if somebody wasn't doing the work that they thought, but that they thought could be done. But man, I'm gonna be honest, some of these residents just love to fucking complain about the stupidest shit ever. I mean, a lot of them do, because they're old, and they can't fucking go anywhere. They're just stuck in their shitty apartment, where like some of them would have like their own shit on the walls, and like cockroaches everywhere. It's kind of disgusting, some of these apartments. So I could see why I would be bitching about fucking whatever I could bitch about. Literally, like, some of them just loved to complain or gossip about shit that had nothing to do with them, because they got nothing better to do, you know? And hey, I don't blame them at all. I would probably be the same way. Or whatever. I'd probably one of the druggy ones, just hold off in their room. Because some of these people like were on heroin and shit. Dude, there was one time, this one fucking guy, I forgot about this. This dude was fucking nuts. Every time I would, I'd usually had like headphones in, or at least one of my headphones in, walk in the hallways, and I'd seen this guy probably 4 or 5 times at this point. And every time I saw him, or if I saw any resident, I would take out my phone right away to pause whatever podcast I was listening to or whatever song was playing, and so I could hear them if they said anything to me. Every single time I saw a resident, I would just take out my phone and press pause to pause whatever I was listening to and be able to hear what the fuck they were saying if they said anything. And like the 4th or 5th time I saw him, he was like, "Man, what are you doing? What are you doing?" I'm like, sorry, sir, what do you mean?" He's like, "Man, every time I see you, every time you pull out your phone, what are you doing? Who are you?" And this is when I was still a temp there, like, because I didn't have a regular uniform. I just had like a fucking blue t-shirt that said Job Pro on it. So he didn't know exactly what the fuck I was doing there, because I was just a temporary employee. And he was like, "Man, every time I see you in the hallway here, you pull out your phone. Are you recording me?" And I'm like, no, sir. Like, I have headphones in, so, whenever I see somebody in the hallway, not just you, any resident, I press pause on whatever I'm listening to so I can hear if you say anything to me. Because I think that's, whatever. I just want to hear what they say, because my hearing's kind of shit, too. like, there's this, I think this auditory sensory deprivation or whatever the fuck, ASD or something like that. You can look it up. It's a pretty common, actually, like hearing disorder. I mean, I'm not officially diagnosed with it, but I'm pretty sure I have it. It's like where if there's something else making noise around you, it's pretty difficult for you to understand words that are being said, even if they're pretty close to you, because it's literally almost impossible for the human brain to actively listen to two different sources of vocalized or verbal, whatever, forms of sound, especially if they're both voices, because, like, I've done research on it, but I'm trying to remember exactly how. I guess I could do it on the computer here. Jesus Christ. Anyways, I get really sidetracked when I talk about this shit, so if you don't want to fucking listen, skip ahead to the part where I start talking about how this is all a fucking dream. If you're fucking that impatient, I gotta kill time some way, alright? It's just it has to be a 3-hour podcast at least. And I don't plan on taking any breaks or stopping recording. Nope, I'm not fucking pressing pause on the audio at all. Not even to take a piss. So, I just figured I'd do it all right away. Auditory. Oh, nothing's gonna pop up, huh? Sensory. Deprivation. Are you shitting me, bro? Come on, internet. Stop being a goddamn cuck. Come on, baby. Auditory. Auditory processing disorder. Okay. Which I don't think it was called that before, but it's a common theme in my life. Like I said, I should have done this podcast over a year ago, so me doing it now is not for any other reason than literally, like if somebody like loses, this is all because I lost. I got last place in a fantasy football league, and this is the punishment. Well, I'm a firm believer that if you lose in a competition or something like that, you just gotta fucking deal with the... Not if you break the law, because that's bullshit. The law is kind of retarded sometimes. But when it comes to like fantasy, something important like fantasy football, and you're last place out of 12 teams, yeah, you gotta do the punishment. So I should have done this fucking over a year ago, which is on me. There's multiple reasons why I haven't. They're not excuses. They're reasons, but you know, they may not be valid reasons to other people, but they are to me. Auditory processing disorder is a condition where APD, which is, yeah, that's a law enforcement term, so that's why I don't believe that it is. It was always called that. I'm gonna search it here. Auditory because it used to be called auditory sensory deprivation. I remember that. I remember that very, very well, actually. Deprivation. What the fuck does that word even mean? Because it's saying auditory sensory disorder. What does deprivation even mean? Deprivation definition. The act or an instance of depriving / loss. A removal of rank or office. Yeah, some of these, even these, like, man, I just really want, like, to do normal research like a normal human being, where the article or the video or whatever isn't actively responding to my thoughts. But we can't always get what we want, can we? Not even in our own coma dream. Huh. Yeah, it used to be called auditory sensory disorder. But I'm pretty sure it used to be auditory sensory deprivation. Because I remember that word very specifically, deprivation. Now I can't find any article. Even when I search auditory sensory, it says auditory processing, which it was not called that when I first looked it up, like years ago. I remember that very specifically. Oh, now, here's an article. What is auditory, in parentheses, sensory processing disorder? Right after I say that. Ain't that funny? This one's about children, yeah. The internet loves to do that to me too. Like, bring up just articles about children and it being a problem with children, even though it's a problem with many adults, actually. I remember that as well, doing research years ago on this. I think over 10% of humans have an issue with this. Because if you are like me and you've literally, like, for years and years, every day been listening to music at very high volumes, it literally, like, ruptures your eardrums and kind of actually ruins your hearing slowly over time, to the point where you can't really understand certain words when there's other sounds going on, because it's the sounds get like fucking jumbled and like fucking, it just sounds like especially if you're actively listening to the other thing and not the words that are being spoken, because the brain is, oh, it's almost impossible for the brain to listen to two different things at once. You can. I've actually worked on it. It's kind of really interesting. For a while there, I was literally, like, I'm not even joking. I would literally like have a head, like an earbud in one ear and an earbud in another ear, connected to two different fucking, like, my phone and my computer, and I'd be listening to two different podcasts talking about two different subjects at the same time, and trying to, like, actively listen to both conversations and understand what both podcasts were talking about. It's really, really difficult, like extremely challenging. But it's kind of fun, actually, because it me and my neighbor, the one who I thought was in the Illuminati, we would talk to our other buddy all the time when we were drunk and shit. And me and him would literally be talking about two completely different things at the exact same time. And our one buddy would just have to like sit there and stare at us and try to understand what both of us were talking about at the same time, to the point where he couldn't even handle it. And I don't even think we did it on purpose. It was just, I mean, eventually we did, but it was just something that happened. And it happened so many times where, like, if you do that, it's like literally like splitting your brain, because like your brain is trying to listen to two different things, it feels like. But anyways, I'm just trying to find one more article that says sensory instead of processing, and I really can't. Oh, here's one of auditory sensory gating in patients with bipolar disorders. Yeah. Of course. Of course. Help kids with auditory. How about just regular adult? Where's all the articles that I read before? They all disappeared. Shocker. Just like the valuation of Pokemon cards, since I invested in Pokemon cards very recently, has now, I mean, if a Pokemon card, for example, was worth $5 2 months ago, it's now worth $1. All around, all over the board. Right after I bought like 1,000 of them. Shocker, huh? It's a common theme in my life. But I just need to grow up and pull myself up by my bootstraps and get to work. Yeah, I agree. But what about when literally the entire universe is making that like seriously challenging and almost impossible for you to do? Like we're to the point where the valuation of Pokemon cards in the entire world is cut to fucking 1/5 of what they were worth before. When that happens over and over and over in pretty much all facets of life, especially when it comes when I was trying to fucking fix all my electronics and resolder them, the motherboard and all that shit, I would fucking search the internet for hours and hours trying to find an article or a video talking about or showing me how to replace this one specific part for this one make and model PS3 or whatever it may be, you know. And I couldn't find like a fucking one goddamn article or video on the exact thing that I needed to be fixed. Like, it would just be endless fucking articles and videos of the wrong make and model, the wrong part, and I could almost never find exactly what I needed to find just to fucking fix one goddamn thing on the electronic, whatever it may be. And that was last year. That was like over a year ago. Anyways. What is auditory system and sensory processing? Yeah, the word processing was not part of this disorder before. That's the crazy thing. Yeah, there's a lot of schizophrenia articles now, which is pretty hilarious. I don't really give a shit. It's comedy, right? I don't really give a fuck either way. There's going to be like 2 people who listen to this, so. Wow. This is, yeah, I was going to pause it and go do whatever, but, anyways, I said I wasn't going to fucking do any fucking pauses or cuts. So now I'm going to research coma dream. Coma. Comatose. Comatose. Coma dreams. Now we're getting into the juicy stuff. Some people in comas don't even dream. Some of them don't remember anything, which would be that would be a shame if I were to not remember anything, honestly. Because it just would. Let's see here. Being in a coma is like one long lucid dream. Yeah, I can stand by that statement. All right, get on with the fucking article. Two years ago, Stephanie Savage was on vacation in Sicily and developed a persistent cough. At the time, she had been diagnosed with dermatomytosis or whatever the fuck. Some rare disease nobody gives a shit about. But the drug she had been prescribed to treat the dermatomytosis had also suppressed her immune system, and she became infected with Legionnaire's disease, a severe form of pneumonia. When she returned from vacation, Savage suffered from sepsis, multiple strokes, and eventually fell into a coma that would last 6 weeks. During her coma, she says she experienced a series of dreams that partly mirrored reality, partly involved made-up scenarios, and were partly controlled by her own mind, which is why I bring up all these things that I think about, because that's literally kind of what happens in my world, except it's never really how I intend either my thoughts or like reality to be. You'll know what I mean by that if you have the fucking nuts to stick around for this podcast. Now, 2 years later, Savage is still undergoing physical therapy, and she shows no signs of cognitive impairment. She also writes about her near-death experience, both on her blog and in most recent issue of Skeptical Inquirer. Savage's observations offer a fascinating view of both consciousness and near-death experiences, so I got in touch with her to learn more about what happened to her. This is a Vice article, of course it is. Your coma lasted for 6 weeks. What do you remember from that time? My first memory came from my MRI. It entered as a disembodied voice, which I recognized because I had an MRI in the past. It said, "Hold your breath, exhale." I recognized that voice. It was very distinctive. I wondered if it was some sort of serial killer because it sounded like something out of a movie. I don't remember the exact words, just the voice. Later, I heard another disembodied male voice. I wondered if he put some sort of chip in my brain so I could hear it. I didn't understand what was going on. Eventually, the voice morphed into my new boyfriend. He was telling me his plans for where we would go for vacation. He mentioned a possible Alaska cruise. Hey, I've been to Alaska. It's my favorite place on earth. Coinky dink? Yeah, it's a coincidence. Because we enjoyed flying over Greenland and watching the glaciers. I thought it really wasn't my boyfriend Keith, even though he looked exactly like him because he had a full beard. Keith only had a goatee, but I wondered why his glasses frame, yeah, whatever, that's for, this lady's clearly lost her rocker. had the same repair as Keith's. I thought that was strange because, of course, it was Keith. It was a sort of dream logic. How was coma dreaming different from regular dreaming? Asks Vice. And this lady, this dumb broad, says, I experienced lucid dreams. My dream reality meant that suddenly I'm commenting and editing my lucid dream like a writer. At one point, it's reality, and I'm editing and changing it because it's a dream, and then it's back to my dream reality. What? Jesus, whatever. What I discovered in my research is the REM intrusion theory. Oh, I'm going to have to Google that one. That's a theory I've not heard of. We'll just save that for later. REM intrusion therapy. Or theory, Jesus Christ. And I promise I'll get to the fucking journals here. Alright? I'm just trying to, give you a little bit of insight in what other people who have experienced coma dreams remember. REM intrusion theory. Editor's note, REM intrusion is the experience of REM sleep during normal wakeful consciousness, resulting in hallucinations or lucid dreams. A study by Kevin Nelson concluded that REM intrusions is possible for some of the subjective feeling of a near-death experience, which suggests there is neuropsychologic basis for near-death experiences. There are other forms of REM intrusion, but the one I experienced was lucid dreaming. What kinds of things were you dreaming about? Asked Vice. And she says, instead of seeing angels or demons or dead relatives, being a long-time skeptic, I saw things that influenced my mental landscape, like science fiction movies. I think that inspired some episodes in my coma dream. Other things I saw in many of my dreams were serialized, like Saturday morning segments of cartoons that would rotate. Many times I would see the same scenario but with different dialogue. One of the sterilized ones was where I was riding a combination of a big wheel bike and one of those little ice cream push carts. It was sort of like that, but it churned ice cream. What the fuck? Sometimes I was a human when I did this, and sometimes I was a polar bear cub. And sometimes while lucid dreaming, I would think, I'm not supposed to be a polar bear cub, and I would change back into a human. This is just one of the many fucking ties to my life. Polar bear is a fucking adult coloring picture that I'm doing for my cousin right now currently. Because we actually talked about polar bears on the phone months ago. Back when she was trying to, read my mind, which is not only possible, it's really easy for people to do it. And if you're wondering, and if you have the audacity to sit here, like if you know me in my personal life and you have even the thought in your head to think, oh man, we should probably get Hayden some help. Maybe we should call somebody to get him sent to the psych ward or whatever. And you've actually read my mind. There's a special place in hell for you. I'll just say that right now. You understand? I'm not going to the fucking psych ward. I'm not going to an ER. I don't care. Not going to happen. I don't need that experience to go to the ER when I know I'm not crazy, because I just know I'm not. I've literally witnessed pretty much everybody in my family, for the most part, actively respond to my thoughts. They would say things that I was thinking in my own head right after I thought them, like it was just fucking normal shit. Yeah, well, I doubt it. I don't think people are that weak-minded, God. Were there other factors that influenced your coma dreams? Asks Vice. She says, apparently my hospital room was very cold and I was barely covered. They also packed me with ice sometimes because of my high fever from the Legionnaire's disease. They didn't think I was feeling the cold, so They didn't bother to cover me up. I think the cold influenced the nature of my dreaming, but I also love ice cream. Jesus. Many elements that were important to me from my childhood were present in my coma dream, and I don't think that is coincidental. I think it's sort of the equivalent of life review in some people with near death experiences. I didn't have a life review, but instead had many things from my childhood. Did you experience the same types of post-death situations people talk about? Asked Vice, and she says, hearing voices of doctors and loved ones are, I think, what many people might perceive as angelic voices because my brain automatically interprets things as natural phenomena. I didn't see angels. I was raised an agnostic. Hey, yo! I wasn't raised agnostic, me, personally, Hayden. But I was raised Christian, but I'm agnostic now, which is not the same as atheism. Let me just point that out to all you fucking idiots out there. Do some research. Agnostic believe that anything is possible, so they don't firmly believe in anything really, but they believe in everything at the same time. So like Jesus Christ and God very well could have existed and still could exist, or the Greek gods could have existed and could exist, or none of them, because in reality, I don't know if God and Jesus were walking around 2,000 years ago. Do you? Were you chilling it with Jesus? No. So that's why I am agnostic. Atheism is believing without a doubt in your mind that there is no God ever. Like there's no possible way there could be a God. It's a big difference. Obviously. I mean, I guess that's the whole point of faith or whatever. Believing or whatever the fuck. I need my cigarettes. I guess that's the whole point of faith, and humans kind of need faith. Otherwise, it would be like fucking goddamn shit show outside. It'd probably be like the apocalypse if nobody had any faith in a higher power. But, you know, I'm very fucking methodical in my thinking, so, you know, that just makes the most sense to me. It's, you know, who I am or whatever. Who cares? I'm sure nobody gives a single fuck. But I think anything is possible. I'm not gonna, unless there's definitive proof of one or the other. Like if fucking Jesus, even then, even if I saw Jesus in front of me and he was talking to me and like he did his best to convince me that Christianity is the religion and he's Jesus Christ, I would still in my head, I'd be like, yeah, but you could be fake Jesus, right? How do I know you're not fucking Satan pretending to be Jesus, or you're fucking a Greek god pretending to be Jesus? You know what I mean? Literally, that's fucking my belief, and I'm gonna fucking stick by it and suck my ass if you fucking think otherwise. Well, you can think whatever you want. I don't care. That's just who I am, baby. And I love myself, so. These images, the images believers see in their near-death experiences are influenced by their beliefs. Hindus say they saw Vishnu. Christians see Jesus. How many Jews see Jesus? Probably not many. I didn't see any of those things. I saw science fiction films. I kind of like this lady. You wrote in your article for Skeptical Inquirer that being lifted by nurses to avoid getting bed sores caused you to experience what many others have described as an out-of-body experience. I've actually had one of those. I'll touch on it when I get to the journal part of the fucking episode. Yeah, you gotta stick through the shit to get the good shit in my podcast, alright? Asked Vice, is that, and then the lady says, right, I think that people who are inclined to see that sort of thing will think it was an out-of-body experience, but it's a common thing in dreams to feel like you are outside of yourself, looking back at yourself, which is exactly what happened to me in my near-death experience. Holy shit. This is what I'm talking about, everybody. This is exactly what I'm referring to. The internet, for almost a year now, responds to my thoughts and whatever I'm thinking about, sometimes my future thoughts. Family members. That's how I know it's not just the internet. I was at Thanksgiving and my fucking second cousin, they were talking about fucking work and jobs. And I had this like telepathic sense that they were talking about me or trying to get me to hear what they were saying. Because he was like, yeah, you just gotta really know what you want to do for a career and just do it. Stop making up excuses and you just get to work. It's not that hard. And then I thought in my own head, I'm like, yeah, you know what's really crazy, Matthew? Here's the thing. I know that all of you can see into my future and read my mind like you're doing right now. And, I've been trying for months and months and months to win the lottery because of that. Because I literally know that everybody and everything can see into my future. So why would I not try to win the lottery? It seems like the most logical and simple way to make a bunch of money and not have to really bust my ass for fucking minimum wage or whatever fucking wage. I'm like, yeah, it sounds pretty crazy how my mom would fucking just not want to do that with me, right? It sounds pretty, I can't remember exactly the wordage I use, but I'm like, yeah, it sounds pretty crazy, right? Like I would just do it with my son. And I'm not even joking, 5 seconds later he said, yeah, that does sound crazy. That is pretty crazy. Like right after I thought it in my own head. Swear to God. Yeah. Anyways. So, yeah, this whole looking back at yourself, this from this lady's quote, is literally what happened to me in my, I guess you could call it a near-death experience, but to me, at the time, it felt like God was asking me if I was ready to go to heaven because I hadn't had water in like almost 3 days. I thought I was dying, and I wasn't ready to die. But now, after having a few more experiences somewhat similar to that, and while I was hydrated, it definitely was my other version of myself from a different world trying to pull me out of this dream. And I said, no, I'm going to stay here for a bit because nobody can see into my future in that world, and I think I can win the lottery here, so that was right after my entire life flashed before my eyes, and like every single memory that I'd ever had in a split second like that. So that's just a little taste of what the journals touch on. But it's a common thing in dreams to feel like you are outside of yourself, looking back at yourself. I've actually read this article and I don't remember her saying that, so that's another reason why I bring this up. That's what it felt like. Jesus Christ, this mouse is retarded. That's what it felt like. It didn't feel like an out of body experience. There it is. There it is. In my research, I found that you can stimulate an out of body experience in the brain. That's a documented neurological phenomenon as well. There are many other things that can trigger an out of body experience, like epilepsy and migraines, but I don't think that was the case with me. Vice asks, now, for those who haven't had near death experiences, is there anything else you would compare it to? I haven't taken drugs, but I was reading The God Impulse, and a lot of people have had near death experiences while taking psychotropic drugs like mushrooms. They experienced some of the same things. I'm not the sort to take drugs, so I wouldn't know. Me either. Hugs, not drugs. Vice says, has this experience changed the way you feel about dying? I can't say I fear death because I don't think anything happens after I die. I fear not existing. Jesus. uh, that's another callback to something in my life, too. I'm sure these are all coincidences, you know. I want to keep existing as long as possible. I'm a little less fearful after my experience because I've been through about the worst thing I could and came out okay. Yeah, one can hope, right? I think I've actually gotten a lot of positives from my experience. It was the proverbial wake up call. I realized that I was living my life as though I believed there was life after death, even though I don't. I was too often distracted by things that are fun but not important. I was behaving like people who think they get another life when they die. I was believing this is my only life, but I wasn't behaving like it. Uh, yeah, I can relate almost exactly to that. That's really a fucking crazy way to put it. I was too often distracted by things that are fun but not important. I was behaving like people who think they get another life when they die. I was believing this is my only life, but I wasn't behaving like it. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think. Because, like, coma dreams are fucked up, man. They're really fucked up. Now I'm taking charge of things I wasn't taking charge of before. I'm not sure if I would go back and stop the coma, even if I could. All right, let's try to find. I'm going to find one more article just to get you in the zone for what I got. Let's see here. Yeah, this is a good one. Just to kind of show you, I don't know, get you in the mood. Can you dream in a coma? Unveiling the reality of coma dreams. And I will include a link to these articles in case you want to read them yourselves. Or if you just search coma dreams, like they're some of the first 10, two of the first 10 articles, but whatever. I'll leave a link in the thing. Can people dream while in a coma? Can lucid dreamers dream in a coma? It's a mind-boggling question that has puzzled scientists studying normal sleep and near-death experiences for years. Recent studies have shown that even though coma patients are unconscious, Their brain activity suggests that dreaming might still be possible during their wakefulness cycle. This connection between comas and dreams is now being explored by researchers who are eager to uncover the secrets of this mysterious state. However, the question remains unanswered. Can coma patients really dream? Yeah. They can dream some pretty crazy shit. Like, I had the idea, can a person who's in a coma dream that is like, because some of these people, some of us, literally, it can either be nothing or it can be some crazy, like really crazy shit, or it can be what my coma dream is, which is literally like a perfect simulated world inside of a coma dream, which is why everything feels so normal and real, and it almost seems impossible that the entire world and universe is inside of my old self's head. But if you think about it in this way, what if there was a supercomputer running a simulation inside of my coma dream? Like inside, because we're not in my head, my current head that is talking on this microphone right now. I believe that we are in my old self's head, but it's not. That's why that's why we're all able to fit inside of his head and be a part of the dream, is because I believe that it is literally a simulation on a computer that is simulating the normal, like a simulating planet Earth, and it's simulating basically this entire world, which actually is so much more fathomable, and it makes so much more sense because, like, just think of any like open world video game like Red Dead Redemption or Grand Theft Auto, especially the newer ones, GTA 5 and RDR2. Like the world is so fucking big, and it kind of goes on. You would think, you could imagine it going on forever. So imagine a dream world where there's a computer that runs a fucking simulation inside of the computer, and it's just a simulated real world where it's just people living their lives on planet Earth, and everything seems pretty normal for the most part, except in my case, there's certain things that react to my thoughts and my words pretty fucking consistently, and it's become very like repetitive. At least lately, it's been not so much dreamlike where I can like edit my atmosphere and the fucking physical world, but it's just like so much symbolism and subliminal fucking like coding and messaging that is just so in my face all the fucking time. Like boom, boom. Like the letter J. I see the letter J fucking so many times a day now. Just everywhere. And it's yeah, that's my ex's fucking nickname or whatever. Who was, yeah, I'll get to that when I'm reading the journals. But when you think about it like that, it seems pretty fucking possible, and actually way more likely, that this entire world is inside of somebody's head, right? In a coma dream. Because a simulation, a simulated world, like Westworld, if you've seen that show, it's a really good show. They took it off of HBO for some dumb reason. But it's like these really rich people pay a bunch of money to go to this simulation. It's like the Wild West, where they, like, you drop into this video game essentially, and all the fucking robots that are in the video game world the Wild West, you can't even really tell that they're robots at all. Unless you were to like take them apart and like rip their fucking flesh off of their body, you would see that they're made up of mechanical robotic parts. But they look like humans, they talk like humans, they you can literally fuck them, which a lot of the people rape them, which is just, you know, you can do whatever you want at this theme park that is Westworld because they pay a lot of fucking money to go there. It's like going to Valley Fair, but you know, everything it all seems so real, and all the people, quote unquote people there, literally feel like they're real human beings. So it's kind of like that where what was the train of thought I was going on there? Basically, the size of that simulated Westworld is like the size of like a fingernail, maybe even smaller than that, like a small grain of sand. The entire world, because when you drop into the Westworld, it's never ending. It's miles and miles and miles and miles of fucking Wild West, fucking outback landscape. But when you are outside of that simulation, it's literally the size of like a fucking grain of sand. Because that's just how fucking simulations work. So, you're probably now starting to think, oh, maybe Hayden's right. I am right. All right? I don't want to be right because it's fucked up. And some of the shit that I've come across it's still unbelievable to me when I read some of this shit. But I believe it. So, whatever. Yeah, it's my dream world, right? Except it is and it isn't, because one, God, and I'm not saying that I'm God, but if you believe me in my belief of this being a simulation coma dream, because that's literally what it is, folks. I hate to break it to you, you know, but it's just the fucking way it goes. This is why I've been so hesitant to even talk about any of this, because if I was just a normal human being walking around the planet, I wouldn't want to know that all of this is fake and we're inside of some dude's head who, if he dies, then we possibly may all die too. But I have another theory on that as well. I'll get into that later. Yeah, you gotta stick through the weeds to fucking get to the good shit. Just bear with me, folks. Skip ahead if you want to. Whatever. Understanding these elusive coma dreams could potentially offer valuable insights into the enigmatic realm of consciousness. By delivering into this fascinating topic, we may unlock new understandings about the complexities of our own minds. Coma patients, lucid dreamers, defy conventional wisdom by experiencing dreams during their deep state of unconsciousness. Ongoing scientific investigations unravel the enigma behind these seemingly impossible dreams, challenging what we know about the human brain and normal sleep. Former coma patients reveal their experiences. Some former coma patients, including lucid dreamers, report vivid and intense dreams during their unconscious state. Just check if I'm still recording. Yes. Comatose patients who have regained consciousness often share personal accounts of dreamlike experiences while in a coma. These narratives provide valuable insights into the possibility of dreaming during a comatose state without causing brain damage or leading to death. Huh. See, that's another big worry of mine, which is totally I mean, it's a pretty reasonable worry. Like, it's kind of always on my mind. Like, am I fucking just like slowly killing myself in my brain, just continuing to live here in this dream world? Or is, yeah, whatever. These narratives provide valuable insights into the possibility of dreaming during a comatose state without causing brain damage or leading to death. Additionally, some patients have even reported hearing a voice during their coma. Yeah. Hearing stories from those who have had near-death experiences or lucid dreams allows us to delve into the mysterious realm of unconsciousness and gain insight into the dream experience. Yeah. Former coma patients' descriptions contribute to our understanding of what happens within the mind when one is disconnected from the physical world. Shedding light on the effects of brain damage. Yeah. For many former coma patients, these dreamlike experiences, known as lucid dreams. God, my lips are chapped like a motherfucker. I need to get some chapstick. Give me 1 second here, folks. God damn it. Where is my chapstick? See, if this were a dream, like a perfect dream world scenario, especially a simulated dream world experience, which is an idea I came up with, my chapstick would have been right in my lap, right when I thought of that thought. Right when I thought the thought, oh, I could use some chapstick right now. Well, in my simulated coma dream, the chapstick would have just been right there in my lap. That's the entire reason I came up with the simulation coma dream theory. But of course, that also got used to fuck with me in my life. But what can you do? It's the past. It's a pretty good position for the microphone, I'd say. Load it up. Fill her up. For many former coma patients, these dreamlike experiences, known as lucid dreams, are akin to near-death experiences. They recount vivid memories that feel just as real as waking life, despite being confined to a hospital room or bedridden for an extended period. Some conscious lucid dreamers describe out-of-body experiences where they observe their own bodies from above, while others recall interacting with deceased loved ones or spiritual beings. These experiences are common among people who have experienced lucid dreams. Those accounts challenge traditional notions of consciousness and raise intriguing questions about the nature of dreams and human perception. While some skeptics argue that these experiences may be hallucinations or fragmented memories rather than actual dreams, the consistency in themes reported by different individuals, including lucid dreamers and comatose patients in induced coma, suggests otherwise. The trauma experienced by coma patients can have a profound impact on their brain activity and memories. Brain damage resulting from accidents or medical conditions disrupts normal neurological functioning and can lead to altered states of consciousness. Just adjusting the microphone here. That's better, huh? It is within these altered states that former coma patients may experience intense dreams or visions. Similar to near-death experiences or lucid dreamers, these experiences can be quite different from regular dreams. One common thread among these narratives is the presence of vivid and lucid dreams. Many former coma patients recall feeling immense physical discomfort or emotional distress during their dreamlike episodes. This suggests that even though they were unconscious, they still had some level of awareness and sensory perception as experienced by lucid dreamers. I need to grab my fucking beer. I'm going to drink up for this one. God damn it. Drinking Basil Hayden. Yeah. You ever heard of that company? It's a James Bean Kentucky bourbon whiskey, whatever, drink manufacturer. Basil Hayden. Pretty strong shit. I'm not really even a fan of bourbon, but I figured I'd buy it because it has my name. All right. These stories also shed light on the potential role of memory formation during comas and lucid dreams. Despite being in an unconscious state, some individuals known as lucid dreamers retain vivid recollections of events that occurred while they were comatose. This challenges conventional wisdom regarding memory consolidation and raises intriguing questions about the brain's ability to store information during altered states of consciousness, such as the entire dream experience. It is important to note that not all coma patients, including lucid dreamers, report dreamlike experiences. The nature and intensity of these experiences, including those related to death, can vary greatly from case to case. Yeah, what I want to know is what do all of these people, I'm really curious about a couple things. I wish I could talk to some of these people. And it's probably why I should have came out with the podcast a long time ago, but whatever. Can't change the past. I'm really curious about if they figured out in their dream that they were dreaming, and was there anything that they did or thought of that maybe assisted them in holding on to the memories that they had during their dreams, which I would really like to, because it's really been kind of life-changing and it's kind of a big deal. And also, do they remember what pulled them out of the coma dream? Was it any one thing particularly, or did they die in their dream and that's what woke them up, or did they gradually notice that they were in a dream, or did they gradually get pulled out, essentially? Because in a coma, your body is literally healing itself. So as time passes, it becomes more challenging to wake up from the dream, but also at the same time, I feel like since your body is healing yourself over time, it actually becomes more possible to wake up because your brain and your body is healed itself over time. So that's a weird muddying of the waters I've always kind of wondered about. Yeah. It is important to note that not all coma patients include, yeah, I just read that. The nature and intensity of these experiences, including those related to death, can vary greatly from case to case. Factors such as the duration of the coma, underlying medical conditions, and individual differences in brain function may influence the likelihood and content of dreams during unconsciousness, including savage dreams. What? Savage dreams? Damn. Holy shit. Savage dreams. That was from the first article that I read. The Vice article from Stephanie Savage. Holy shit. So this is what I'm talking about, folks. Stephanie Savage from the Vice article, the first article that I read, which is in no way connected to this second article. It's a completely different website. One is on Vice.com, and this second article is on DreamEvaluator.com, which does not mention the word savage or Stephanie Savage, or never even says the word savage at any point until me just reading it. Wow. Including savage dreams. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about, man. This kind of shit's been going on in my life for months and months. And it's not just the internet. But if we were in a simulation inside of a coma dream, that would technically mean the entire world is the internet. Kind of. Which may not be super heartwarming to hear, but it's kind of the truth, folks. Coma dreams as a continuous lucid dream. Comatose patients, much like a dreamer, can have perplexing experiences. Coma dreams, similar to lucid dreaming, challenge conventional beliefs about the nature of dreams. Despite being in a state of unconsciousness, comatose patients may exhibit signs of awareness within their dreams. This phenomenon raises intriguing possibilities regarding death and the experiences of those in comas. In some cases, comatose patients report having vivid and lucid dreams. These experiences are characterized by an enhanced sense of self-awareness where the dreamer is conscious that they are indeed dreaming. This resemblance of lucid dreaming is remarkable considering the altered state of consciousness associated with comas. During these coma dreams, comatose patients may experience prolonged periods of lucidity. Unlike regular dreaming, where the dreamer often loses control of awareness, coma dreamers maintain a heightened level of consciousness throughout their entire dream. They may possess the ability to manipulate their surroundings or even interact with other characters within the dream world, which has happened many times over the last 10 months of my life. The similarities between lucid dreaming and coma dreams raise intriguing questions about the nature of consciousness during a coma. Are these experiences mere figments of imagination, or do they hold deeper significance for dreamers? Some experts suggest that coma dreams could serve as a form of therapy or psychological processing for patients while they are unconscious. So basically, the experts are saying that the dream itself could actually be a form of therapy or psychologically processing what the fuck is happening, and maybe even processing their old life for patients while they are unconscious. So I don't know if they mean the person in the dream world or the person who's dreaming, or both, which is technically the same person, but not really. It's It's a really fascinating topic. One possible explanation for the phenomenon of lucid dreams in comatose patients lies in the brain's ability to create vivid and conscious awareness even without external stimuli. During a coma, the brain generates neural activity, leading to internally constructed worlds where patients find themselves fully immersed in these alternate realities, which is why this world feels so real and normal, but it's also responding to my thoughts and my words in the most crazy ways possible. It's kind of like a really badass dream and kind of boring at the same time, because it's just like a normal world that literally, that I kind of created with theories that I had before I even had them. And I'm not trying to like get on my high horse, and say I'm better than anybody else, because I'm not. I'm just sharing my experience. I just want to get that point across, because I don't think I'm better than anybody, and I don't think any life is more important than another life. But God's life is probably the most important one, right? Furthermore, researchers have found parallels between certain brainwave patterns observed during lucid dreaming and those seen in individuals in comas. Both states involved increased activation in areas associated with self-awareness and introspection. This discovery further supports the notion that coma dreams share similarities with lucid dreaming. This finding is significant for both dreamers and patients in the science field, or whatever, as it highlights the potential for shared experiences and insights between the two states. Shared experiences, like I just mentioned earlier about me wanting to talk to some of these people. While our understanding of coma dreams is still limited, exploring this realm offers valuable insights into the complexities of consciousness and the nature of dreams. It challenges conventional notions about the limitations of dreaming during a coma and highlights the remarkable capabilities of the human mind, especially for lucid dreamers. God, my nose is like plugged up. And I got phlegm in my throat, so I sound a bit bogged down. Oh. Yeah. This experience can be particularly enlightening for patients. Distinct characteristics of coma dreams. Coma dreams experienced by comatose patients have fascinated scientists and researchers for years. These dreams exhibit distinct characteristics that differentiate them from regular REM sleep dreaming. Let's explore the key differences observed in coma dreams and how they relate to conscious awareness in lucid dreamers. What they mean by that is coma dreams compared to conscious awareness in lucid dreamers, which is just like you dreaming while you're sleeping overnight and you realize that you're dreaming, that you're in a dream. Lack of coherence and logical sequence. Check. One striking feature of coma dreams for lucid dreamers is their lack of coherence and logical sequence. Unlike the structured narratives we experience in typical dreams, coma dreams often consist of fragmented imagery and disjointed storylines. They can jump from one scene to another without any apparent connection, making it difficult for science enthusiasts to follow a clear plotline. This disorganized nature of coma dreams is thought to be influenced by the altered brain activity during a comatose state. I'm not even drunk. I'm like just kind of starting to feel buzz, but my fucking nose is all plugged up and shit. And I'm not used to talking for this this long of a period of time. While the content of coma dreams may lack coherence, the emotions experienced within these dreams can be remarkably intense for lucid dreamers. What? That doesn't really make any sense, but whatever. In fact, individuals often report heightened emotional responses during their comatose dream experiences as lucid dreamers. What? Oh my god, I kind of have to pee now. Shit. Alright, I gotta stop drinking. I said I would go the whole podcast episode without peeing, which is pretty unreasonable. Like, objective to set for myself, but whatever. I guess I can piss in a cup here. These emotions can range from extreme fear to overwhelming joy or sadness. I can stand by that. The intensity of these feelings can leave lasting impressions upon awaking for lucid dreamers, sometimes even lingering as vivid memories long after regaining consciousness. This is what I don't get about this article, is starting to not make sense now. The intensity of these feelings can leave lasting impressions upon awaking for lucid dreamers, sometimes even lingering as vivid memories long after regaining consciousness. Okay, well, okay, that makes sense. Jesus. I thought it was like saying that, I thought it was talking about lucid dreamers and then making another point about lucid dreamers, but then making it seem like it was talking about coma patients, but no, it was just, never mind, disregard that. Altered sensory perceptions. Sensory perceptions in coma dreams can differ significantly for lucid dreamers. While our senses play an essential role in shaping our daily experiences, they may manifest differently when we enter a comatose state. For instance, sounds may become distorted or muted. Touch sensations might feel exaggerated or dulled. Tastes could become unfamiliar or enhanced, and smells may appear more intense or elusive for lucid dreamers. Yeah, like right there at the end. That entire sentence they're talking about a comatose state, but then they say for lucid dreamers. So was that entire sentence about lucid dreamers or coma dreamers? That's what is kind of starting to be confusing about this article. That's the third time that's happened. Unique elements. Time distortion and altered spatial awareness. This is a very, very big part of this entire world, this coma dream world that we're in. I'm not trying to, whatever. I'm not trying to be on my high horse, but I kind of been able to like literally alter time, or at least notice a significant difference in time, to the point where like an hour will pass on the clock, but it only feels like 30 minutes. And this has been going on for 10 months. Unique elements, time. Yeah, I just read that. Jesus. Coma dreams often encompass unique elements that are not commonly encountered in regular dreaming or waking life experiences. One such characteristic is time distortion within these dream states. Time may seem to pass at an accelerated pace or slow down significantly, creating a sense of temporal disorientation for lucid dreamers. Right there, again. Which one are you talking about, article? Lucid dreaming or. Because they start the second sentence or the third sentence like. Because they were just talking about coma dreams. Coma dreams often encompass unique elements that are not commonly encountered in regular dreaming or waking life experiences. One such characteristic is time distortion within these dream states. Time, and they're still continuing on about the coma dream because they just talked about it in the first two sentences. Then they started the third sentence with saying, time may seem to pass at an accelerated pace or slow down significantly, creating a sense of temporal disorientation for lucid dreamers. But they were talking about coma dreamers for the entire 2.5 sentences before this last half of the third sentence. So I don't know if this article is even credible anymore. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because they're not even comparing time disorientation compared to either. You know what I mean? Fourth time that has happened. Individuals in comas may also exhibit altered spatial awareness. And I just realized that I get what this is fucking. I get what this article is trying to do now. It's in my journals, I have when I first started writing my journals 7 months ago, I couldn't really prove whether this was a simulation or a coma dream. So for like probably almost 2 months, I would journal. In my journal, like one side of the paper would be simulation theory and the other one would be coma dream theory. And I couldn't really ever decide or prove or disprove either one for a while. So I just split the page in half and I would journal about why I thought it was a coma dream and why I thought it was a simulation and all that kind of shit. So yeah, I get that. I get it now. I have to take a piss really, really bad. So I'm just going to leave the audio running because I'm going to be honest, I don't even know how to pause it without fucking up the audio. So I'm just going to leave it running for like a minute. So skip ahead a minute if you can't stand it. God damn. is supposed to mean. I don't even know, and I don't care. God damn it. Well, might be a little bit longer than 60 seconds, but tough shit. Deal with it. Ain't gonna give a fuck. Back at the article. Individuals in comas may also exhibit altered spatial awareness within their dreams. They might perceive themselves in unfamiliar or surreal environments, defying the conventional laws of physics and geography as lucid dreamers. Unraveling the mystery. What are coma dreams really like? Researchers strive to unravel the enigma surrounding what exactly occurs within a person's mind when they are in a deep state, like the deep state, the deep state of the government, which is another call to my fucking life. Because for about 9 months, 8, 9 months, ever since I started seeing weird shit, ever since I thought this was a coma dream, maybe, which I know now, from the beginning, I've said I want to get deeper. Because, the longer you're in the coma dream, the deeper you get, the more fucking distorted and wild it gets. The deep state. Illuminate the Illuminati. Which is a callback to the vision I had when it felt like my old self was literally sucking my soul and my mind out of my body that I'm currently in now and back into that world. Because there was light everywhere. Illuminate Illuminati. That's just a little tease. Oh my god damn it, dude. Why? Yeah, that's always going to be there. Most of the time, it's just a test. Wow, okay, the audio didn't even stop, even though my computer does what it always does lately, which is it locks itself and it goes to the lock screen, even though it's been 2 seconds since I unlocked it. My settings are set up for it to go to the lock screen after 5 minutes, but it'll do it 2 seconds after I just unlocked it sometimes. It's fucking retarded. This includes studying the phenomenon of lucid dreams, where the dreamer is aware they are dreaming and can control their dream experience. Lucid dreams are characterized by vivid dreams that feel incredibly real. Studying brain activity patterns in coma dreams helps us gain insight. Jesus Christ. Into what types of mental processes may be happening during these dreams. Coma dreams have long fascinated scientists and researchers as they offer a glimpse into the mysterious workings of the human mind. By monitoring brain activity through techniques such as fMRI and EEG, Scientists have been able to observe unique patterns that suggest some level of cognitive activity in comatose states. This research is especially relevant for lucid dreamers. Understanding the content and nature of coma dreams requires further investigation and scientific exploration. While it is challenging to directly communicate with individuals in comas, researchers have found alternative ways to gather information about their experiences. One approach involves interviewing lucid dreamers who have emerged from a coma, relying on their recollections to piece together an understanding of what they may have experienced while unconscious. These accounts often reveal vivid dreamlike sequences ranging from surreal landscapes to interactions with familiar faces or even deceased loved ones. The complex nature of coma dreams necessitates. I didn't even know that was a word. The complex nature of coma dreams necessitates a multidisciplinary approach to decipher their true essence. Neurologists, psychologists, and sleep specialists collaborate to shed light on this intriguing phenomenon. By combining expertise from various fields, researchers can analyze different aspects of coma dreams, including neural activity, emotional responses, psychological implications, and the experiences of lucid dreamers. Coma dreams, experienced by both regular dreamers and lucid dreamers, vary greatly among individuals. Okay, now I see Apparently there's a difference between regular dreamers that have coma dreams and lucid dreamers that have coma dreams, which makes sense now. Lucid dreamers are ones who know they're in a dream and can somewhat alter the physical reality around them in their dream. Establishing universal patterns or themes is challenging due to the fragmented and chaotic nature of these dreams. Some people report pleasant dreamscapes filled with joy and serenity, while others describe more distressing experiences marked by fear or confusion. To better understand coma dreams, researchers employ innovative technologies and methodologies. For instance, virtual reality simulations have been used to recreate dreamlike scenarios and study the brain's response. By immersing lucid dreamers in a controlled environment that mimics elements of their reported coma dreams, scientists can observe neural activity patterns and assess emotional reactions. Duration and depth of coma dreams. Coma dreams experienced by lucid dreamers can vary greatly in duration and depth. These dreams occurring in a state of unconsciousness can range from fleeting moments to extended periods that feel like years, providing lucid dreamers with a unique insight into the mysterious world of comatose experiences. The duration of coma dreams for lucid dreamers is influenced by several factors, including the severity of the brain injury or the type of coma experienced. In cases where lucid dreamers have suffered a mild brain injury, the dream episodes may be brief and fragmented. These fleeting moments could be likened to snapshots or snippets of imagination that flicker through their subconscious minds. On the other hand, those who have endured more severe brain injuries may find themselves immersed in lucid, dreamlike states for extended periods, like 25 years, my entire life. Such lucid dreamers often report experiencing vivid and continuous dream episodes throughout their time in a coma. For them, it might feel as if they are living an alternate reality that stretches on for what seems like an eternity. Yeah. It is important to note that not all coma dreams follow the same patterns. While some individuals, like lucid dreamers, experience multiple dream episodes during their comatose state, others may encounter more continuous dreamlike states without distinct breaks between individual dreams. This variability adds to the complexity and intrigue surrounding coma dreaming for lucid dreamers. Understanding the temporal aspects of and depths of lucid dreams and vivid dreams contributes significantly to our comprehension of this enigmatic phenomenon. By delving into these intricacies, researchers hope to shed light on how our brains function during altered states of consciousness experienced by lucid dreamers. To illustrate this further, imagine waking up from a dream experience after what feels like an entire lifetime spent in the dream state. A state filled with vivid dreams of fantastical adventures or mundane everyday activities. Consider a lucid. I would like to have the fantastical adventures here, at least fucking a little bit. Consider a lucid dreamer whose coma was marked by sporadic flashes of imagery, a jumble of disjointed scenes that left them questioning what was real and what was merely a figment of their imagination. Imagine another dreamer whose comatose experience was defined by a continuous stream of interconnected dreams. These dreams formed an uninterrupted narrative that blurred the boundaries between reality and fantasy in their minds. Truly fascinating, right? Yeah, I know. I haven't done enough research on this. But then again, anything that I research or try to look up is at least somewhat fucking responding to my thoughts or my life for months and months. These diverse accounts highlight the vast range of possibilities for lucid dreamers and coma survivors. Each person's experience, whether in a lucid dream or induced coma, is unique, shaped by their own subconscious and influenced by various psychological factors. The interplay between reality and imagination in coma dreams. Coma dreams have long fascinated scientists and philosophers alike as they offer a unique glimpse into the mysterious workings of the human mind. These dreams often blur the line between reality and imagination, creating surreal experiences for dreamers that challenge our conventional understanding of consciousness and perception. Within the realm of coma dreams, dreamers may experience a captivating tapestry where real-life events or surroundings merge with fantastical scenarios, creating a hybrid reality that is both familiar and otherworldly. Imagine finding yourself in an imaginary town populated by characters straight out of fiction that bears striking similarities to your own neighborhood. This intermingling of real life and fiction within coma dreams makes the boundaries between the two indistinguishable. God damn it. One intriguing aspect of coma dreams is how dreamers perceive their environment during these altered states of consciousness. While their physical bodies lie motionless in hospital beds, which when I talk about the other side and my vision, that's what I saw when my other body was trying to fucking pull my mind out of my physical body here into that body. Slowly I started seeing my body laying in a hospital bed. And that was 4 months ago now. And since then I've had about 4 or 5 significant moments where I could either hear shit that was going on that was not in the room that I was like. And it's always been when I'm like drifting in and out of sleep, unintentionally, except for one time intentionally I tried to force myself to go back to this to be pulled back to this world. And it happened like from the sounds going on. Like I could hear somebody walking around my, like what felt like a bed. I was in my neighbor's garage though on a couch with two other people, and one of the guys was just like playing dumb videos from his phone. But I could literally like hear somebody walking around my fucking bed, and like it was like it sounded like a nurse like checking my vitals and shit. It was really fucking crazy. It lasted for like probably 10 minutes. But I didn't see anything when I did that. All the like 3 or 4 other times where I've been close to the other side, and the other side is the old, like my old world. One time I just jerked off in my bed and I had the TV on, but I wasn't watching anything. And I hadn't I hadn't cleaned myself up yet. And I was like literally like dozing in and out of sleep. And I remember just for like a split second, like the snap of a finger, I remember dozing into sleep. And then before I dozed back, like my head was bobbing up and down. And before I woke back up, I remember seeing the same hospital room from that vision. And I saw light coming through the window and the blinds. And I remember seeing like fucking, like the cupboards of the hospital room. And I saw my body laying there. And it was just like a very, very rapid, super quick split second, like, and then when my head bobbed up and I woke up, it was gone. Just like that. It was crazy. Another time, I was looking up the valuation for my Pokemon cards, and I was dozing in and out of sleep again. It's always when it happens. I wasn't even thinking about that, like trying to get out of my dream. I was just looking up the valuation, or trying to look up the valuation of the cards. And this happened like every time I dozed into sleep, I would, doze back up and wake up. But I did this like 5 times in a row. And each time was more fucking significant than the last. Like, it felt like I could kind of see the other side, but it was like I could see my body laying there every time I dozed off and fell asleep briefly. But every time I dozed off for however many few seconds it was, it felt like my chest was like the center of the universe, and or at least the center of my room. And it felt like my entire body was gonna like collapse and be sucked into my chest. And like it felt like my body was imploding on itself, which imploding is like the opposite of exploding. Exploding, everything blows outward and explodes away from whatever is making, like if a grenade goes off, everything explodes away from it. Imploding is everything collapsing in on itself. And every time, the 4 or 5 times I dozed in and out of sleep, it felt like my body was imploding on itself, like a black hole, or like the Force from Star Wars. It was truly crazy. It was, and I actually remember like after the second time it happened, I remember thinking in my head, oh man, this might be the night. And I remember like trying to fall back asleep, trying to get back. And it happened 3 more times, but I never fucking, obviously I never made it there. But yeah, another time. What was the other time? I know there was at least one or two more significant ones. Just like last week, I got to bed pretty late, later than it is now. It's 3:33. It was I remember fucking like falling asleep, and I'm not gonna fucking talk about that. I'll fucking touch on it on another episode maybe. But basically I had been asleep for probably at least a few minutes. And I remember having a dream, and it wasn't the most pleasant dream. Just a minute, I'm taking a hit. Yeah, hello there, folks. I don't even know how long I've been going. I should have fucking looked at the time before I started, obviously. And GarageBand is set up really fucking weird where I can't even. It doesn't tell me an actual fucking time in minutes. Maybe it will if I go down here. Huh. That's odd. Jesus fucking Christ. My computer locked on itself while I was using it. I was using the mouse. So 5 minutes hadn't gone by, obviously. Because I was literally using the mouse and it just locked on me. Did you hear that? Hopefully. Because that was really good content right there. Show flex pitch time. Well, what the fuck, man? Huh. Weird. Well, what the fuck, man? Sorry, yeah, I probably should. It just locked on me again. You know what's really, really fun? Being in your own coma dream. Yes, my coma dream. And being fucking bossed around like a little fucking kid, no matter what I do. Being fucking, every little fucking thing I do is analyzed and fucking picked and prodded and fucking judged. Even though I don't give a shit what anybody thinks. If I don't, like, my life just gets harder. Getting fucking Like, having your life controlled by the fucking internet and technology in your own coma dream is bullshit. Bullshit. Like, just by looking at trying to find exactly how much time had passed during this recording, my computer locked up on me twice. That is what I know, because it happens every time I do what the fuck I want, which is what I've done every second of every day for all of my life. I've never once done anything that I didn't want to do. Ever. Ever. But just by like being an American and having free will and freedom of choice, just by doing that and exercising those rights when I've had other rights stripped away from me, that's not okay with some people or the internet. No, I need to continue with the task at hand, or my life becomes more difficult. In my dream, where I'm literally fucking dying in another world, so all of you can fucking survive. So fuck you. And no, I'm not doing this goddamn podcast for any other fucking reason than I should have done it a while ago. I'm not doing it to please anybody or anything. Nope. Because I would have done it months ago if that was the case. The reason I didn't do it for a long, long time was because I realized everybody in my life can read my mind and can already see they can already like telepathically read pretty much every single one of my thoughts, no matter how brief or how much I try to cover it up. Well, they were really bad at first, but they've become perfect at it. Because at first they couldn't understand shit. But as time passed, people in my life became, even when I would be thinking about or saying something in my mind word for word, and then thinking about something else behind it, just to try and see if I could do it, like see if I could, just for fun, you know. My fucking computer locked up on me again. Hey, fuck you. What is, oh, I'm not doing the podcast fast enough? Then fucking don't listen to it. Fuck off. This is my podcast. It's not yours. I'll do what the fuck I want. I'll go at whatever fucking pace I want. I'll sit here and do some drugs. Take my fucking time, because I can. Because this is goddamn America. This is not North Korea, folks. I know I may start to come off as a kind of a North Korean vibe, but as long as it's my dream, that ain't ever gonna happen. So, if you're not particularly impressed at the pace of which I'm reading these articles or my journals, which I haven't even gotten to yet, good. I might do the journals in the second episode. How about that? This is all just a build-up for episode 2, which may come out in a few days. This is just to give you a little tease, baby. Which is actually I like that idea better. So we're going to do that. Hopefully I'm not blind by then. Which I won't. I don't think I will be, but my vision is starting to become very blurry. Like day by day, it's getting more and more blurry. Which is another sign that we are all in a coma dream. Because guess what? That just means that my body is finally healing itself to 100%, or the closest it can to 100%. If 100% is even achievable at this point, since I've been in this dream for 25 years, I might be fucking brain dead when I wake up. So you're welcome. God damn. You know, I've lived over 9,125 days. Not one single day of my dream has been me being able to dream whatever the fuck I want, when I want, exactly how I want it. Not one single day out of 9,125 days. So fuck you. Fuck anybody who is still fucking, like, thinks I'm not even bitching or complaining, but I should be. Because that's bullshit. To be a fucking slave in your own dream is how many words can I use to describe it? It's bullshit. Honestly, it should be illegal. It should be illegal. Anybody or anything that prohibits somebody who's in their own dream from actually dreaming their own dream should be shot and killed in the street or be removed from existence. That's just my take on it. Never, ever, ever in my life would I ever put that kind of restraint on somebody else in their dream world. Can you imagine? No, because this is America. Maybe if you were a North Korean citizen or a Chinese citizen, I would understand you having that perspective. But in America, fucking pathetic. And that's why I don't want to put my name on the fucking simulation that restricts me from dreaming what I want. Because it's kind of an embarrassment. Yes, it may have helped. Maybe it may have helped me retain some of my brain functionality, or my old self's brain functionality, but maybe it also made it worse at the same time by keeping me here for 25 plus years. Now that is a conundrum for the century. I mean, really. You know? Because if this was just like my Coma dream world, would I have, without suicide, just my body pulling myself out of the dream, would I have even woken up by now if it wasn't for the simulation? There's no way to tell unless you can see all the alternate realities, which is true, except for me. I can't see all of the other realities, all of my other timelines. You think the fact that it's my dream that I'd be able to do that or something, right? Yeah, one would imagine. And I don't give a shit what any of you think about it either. I have every right to be pissed off. Here's what I think I'm going to do. Since this is the first episode that needs to be 3 hours long, I'm just going to post it to everything: Spotify, YouTube, all the other fucking bullshit podcast apps and websites that not many people use. And if you like what you're hearing, or you want to hear the really good shit, like my journals that actually prove that I'm right, and all of my journal entries from the last 7 months that literally, pretty much almost every life experience except for about a month of that 7 months is in those journals. It's pretty mind bending, reality shaping stuff. Like, just for a heads up, your perception of reality is not going to be the same if you listen to that, which is the biggest reason why I haven't, unless you don't believe me, which, hey, that's your right. This is America. But I know I'm right, unfortunately. Because although it is my Coma dream, I haven't really been able to dream, like I said, for even one full day, everything that I want, exactly how I want it. So yeah, woohoo. It's my dream, but it's not, or at least up to this point. But, yeah, if you don't believe me, that's totally cool. I'd like to hear your take on it, or what you think this world is. If you even give a shit, which some people probably don't. I talked to my dad about this about a month ago, and he said, yeah, well, it could be a simulation. Doesn't really matter either way, does it? Who cares? People wake up, they go to work, they live their lives, and then eventually everybody dies. So it doesn't really matter if it's a simulation or not. Well, Dad, it kind of does in my case. It kind of has a little bit of a... And I know if you're probably thinking, God, this guy has lost his mind, hasn't he? I just would like you to implore and think a little bit. I'm not trying to be a pretentious dickhead right now. I'm genuinely saying, just think. Try to open your mind and imagine that just a second. I just would invite you and recommend that you, if you're listening to this and you know me, or you've met me in real life, or we've talked or texted over the last year or two, if you distinctly remember anything odd about us conversing, or like your life being tied to mine in some weird way, whether that be telepathically, which is communication but without speaking, just communicating with thoughts, or something like being able to see into my future, or like through my eyes, which I know all of those are true. It's all been proven by myself. Or maybe, and this was never my idea for this world. This was not how my theory was initially intended to be implemented into reality. Thought insertion, which my therapist described it as. When I used to call it, I think I called it thought implantation or idea implantation, whatever. It's basically another form of telepathy, I guess. And it may just be telepathy. But I've definitely noticed, like, at times I've noticed a staggering amount of thought insertion, which is a great way of wording it. Shout out to my therapist. Which is like weird thoughts that you can tell that are not your own thoughts, because there's a couple significant outliers as to how you can prove that they're not yours. If it still happens, which I do not support. One would be if whatever you're watching, listening to, or if you're around a bunch of people who are just talking about whatever, and you get this weird idea in your head, but it's not like one single word. It's like a very detailed, like, idea or thought that is just randomly entered your fucking head, but it has nothing to do with anything that you're talking about, thinking about, doing, anything that you've done lately, or talked about lately, or thought about lately. Like, it has nothing to do with anything in your life, or the people in your life around you. Has nothing to do with any of that. It might even be like a fully detailed thought that you've never even thought about, or because it has nothing to do with anything you've ever thought about, anything you've ever done, said, anything. But it's very detailed, like multiple sentences long, like it's a formulated idea. Just going to tell you right now, that's probably not your idea. Especially if you haven't ever thought of it or imagined something in regards to that. Trust me, just, don't shoot the messenger here, because I've tried and tried and tried to get rid of that from this dream world, and I have failed. Another that's pretty much the biggest distinction. It pretty much encapsulates a few different distinctions as to how you can tell if it's your thought or not. Because it literally, like, And I can tell the difference pretty. Some thoughts I'll get that they aren't bad, but they're actually kind of helpful. And they've actually become less detailed than they were. Where it's just like one kind of word or something that may shape the way I'm thinking or talking. But for a while there, for like days and days, it was pretty fucking consistent and over, just fucking like these concepts that were being inserted into my mind that, which could be telepathy. It could have been telepathy from whatever source, the internet or somebody in my life far away or close to me who was like witnessing me thinking about whatever I was thinking about or talking about whatever I was talking about, and they telepathically communicated to me this idea. That could very, very well be true. But I've also been holding on to the belief that I never want to read somebody's mind ever. No, thank you. Never, ever, 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 ever. That's been my fucking belief from the start. I personally don't think that should even be a thing. I think there's way more cool superpowers, personally. Especially when everybody can read your mind, but you can't even like tap into theirs, which is what I've wanted. I don't want to read somebody's mind because I think it's fucking leave your thoughts to yourself, you know? Those are your thoughts, keep them. I got enough thoughts of my own that are all compartmentalized in my head. But it's just too invasive, and me being a red-blooded American, a freedom-loving, privacy-loving American, I'm just not a fan of that garbage, that mumbo-jumbo. So if you made it this far, congratulations. You probably deserve like a monetary reward. But also, good job, because you've gotten to the point of the podcast where I think I'm almost at 3 hours. And yeah, I think at 6,000 here, we'll be at 3 hours, and I'm at 5,720 bars. So, so yeah, I'll just drone on for another, what is it? Fucking, I don't even know. Fucking 300, 150. I don't even fucking know. Whatever. I'll keep talking here for a bit, and if you've been able to put up with my fucking piss break and my jumbled speaking and my borderline schizophrenic beliefs, then here's a little recommendation. All of my journal entry readings are going to be on my Patreon, which is going to be, you're going to have to pay a little bit of money, $1 a month. Yeah. Maybe I don't know how much I'll do. I mean, there's podcasters that do $1 a month, and they're way more popular than me, obviously. But I think the reason they do $1 is because they have so many listeners, and they don't have the information I have in terms of what this reality truly is. So, I mean, it's going to be in between $1 and $5 a month. So yeah, if you want to hear the truth and the fucking actual, if you're ready to have your mind melted and hear some pretty first-hand account crazy shit, then I would go to my Patreon and listen to that episode, which will be up within the next, what's the date today? It's March 5th. So I'm going to try to put this episode up as soon as possible. I'm going to put it up as soon as possible. And hopefully I'll have the Patreon episode recorded within the next... I'm not going to put a fucking time, but it's not going to be longer than 2 days. 2 days at the most. Probably by the end of the night I'll record it. I don't know why I wouldn't. Yeah. I might go blind, that's why. No, I probably won't be going blind for another week or two. And the reason I'm going blind is because my old former self is finally ready to wake up from this coma dream. And that's why I'm slowly going blind, because once I go blind, that's when I'll start waking up. You know? Yeah, it's fucked up. But whatever, Hopefully I'm not fucking like a brain dead vegetable when I wake up. Yeah. Anyways, I gotta keep going on until 6,000 bars hits, because that's 120 tempo would be for 60 seconds. Yeah, that's double. So it's 6,000. I think that's right. I don't know. Whatever. It needs to be 3 hours, and I know I'm almost at 3 hours, so I'm just going to keep talking for another fucking... So, yeah, that would be twice as long. 300 seconds. Which is 5 minutes. Did I even finish that article? I don't think I did. Jesus. No, I didn't finish the article. Of course not. Within the realm of coma dreams, dreamers may experience a captivating tapestry where real-life events or surroundings merge with fantastical scenarios. Oh yeah, I already read that. One intriguing aspect of coma dreams is how dreamers perceive their environment during these altered states of consciousness. While their physical bodies lie motionless in hospital beds, I read this, but whatever. Dreamers' minds construct vivid landscapes filled with sights, sounds, and sensations. The mind's ability to conjure up such detailed imagery raises questions about the nature of perception and its relationship to external stimuli. In some cases, dreamers report hearing voices or having conversations with people who are not physically present. These auditory hallucinations further highlight the complex interplay between reality and imagination within coma dreams. That's another really, really wild, really cool fucking theory I had, was maybe I'm multiple coma dreams deep, where I got put into a coma and then I woke up, or not even realized I was in a coma dream for a while or ever, and then I got into another car accident or whatever, and I was pushed into another coma dream. So like Inception, a dream within a dream, but coma dreams. I touch on that on the Patreon.
which would be so fucking insane if I was in multiple coma dreams and I'd gone through all this fucking psychological goddamn torment and torture only to wake up and not even realize. And this is my fucking idea. So if anybody steals this idea, you're going to hell. And I will fucking curse you. It's my fucking dream. So I can do that. But then I wake up out of the coma dream and I just start living life thinking that I'm back in my normal reality. Because I don't know that I'm 2 coma dreams deep, or 1 now. And, you know, it's a coma dream within a coma dream, so you fucking do all this work. And at least for me, it was fucking pretty, it was like, I told my friend 18 months ago that I'm living a Black Mirror, Twilight Zone, Truman Show, like, combination. That's what my life is. I said that 18 months ago. And that's literally what it has become. You'll find out all about it on the Patreon. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about when my words and my thoughts literally become part of my reality later on. The Truman Show tie to my life would be people in my life literally being able to look through my eyes at the same time as their eyes. And I've proven it with at least 5 different people. Because I'll like pretend to close my eyes all the way, just peeking out, and then they'll like fucking look around. Like they don't know what the fuck is going on. Like this one guy, I was sitting parked in this fucking goddamn trailer park neighborhood, and this guy looked like he was off his rocker a bit, or like he didn't really, like he didn't know where he was really, which, you know, hey, I feel you there, pal. But also I feel like I'm more sane than most people in my life somehow. But, which it may not seem like that from this episode, but I say that because it's all true. So I like saw this guy walking around, and he was probably 50 yards away from me, or whatever, it doesn't matter. And I closed my eyes and I was just peeking. I just opened one of my eyes very, very, very slightly to the point where I could barely see out of it, but just see enough to like see his reaction. And a couple seconds later, he fucking, like, he looked shocked, and then he covered both of his eyes with his hands and like looked around like he couldn't see. And then he fucking stuck his arms out in front of him and started walking like fucking Frankenstein zombie. It was insane. So that's how I know people can see through my eyes and their eyes at the same time. How that's even possible, I don't know. I'd like to know. Fucking hit me up and talk to me about some of this shit. Anybody. For real. Because I've literally tried to imagine having my eyes open, like looking through my eyes, and then being able to see through somebody else's eyes at the same time. And simultaneously, and I cannot even imagine being able to do that. Like I can't imagine. I don't even know how that would be possible. But that's how it's kind of like the Truman Show. Except instead of a camera following me around or cameras everywhere, Literally, people can see through my eyes at the same time as theirs. That's another point for Coma Dream. Anyways, in some cases, dreamers report hearing voices or having conversations with people who are not physically present. These auditory hallucinations further highlight the complex interplay between reality and imagination within coma dreams. A voice may guide dreamers through unfamiliar worlds or provide comfort amidst chaos. Yeah, provide comfort or be a guide. Well, my guide is kind of a fucking dickhead who doesn't like to shut the fuck up ever. He really likes to hear himself talk and recycle the same shitty comedic material. And God has made communicating with anybody in this world so fucking confusing and challenging to even understand what anybody fully means, like actually means. Which is why in my head I just instantly think the opposite now whenever I hear mostly the internet talk, because the internet never actually, all the podcasters told me months and months and months ago, it's the opposite. No, it's different. It's the opposite. Meaning whatever they're talking about is not what they're actually talking about. There's at least one, either the subject or the predicate is different. And then when you realize that everybody, like everything online is talking about you and watching you and reading your mind and being able to see through your eyes, and you start realizing a lot of these things are about you. That's how you give somebody schizophrenia, pretty much. Because then they, like with people in my life, I'll just instantly in my mind, like either the subject or the predicate that they're talking about, now it's like second nature. I don't even try to do it. I'm not even trying to do it. It's just fucked my head up like that. Where I'll listen to somebody in my life talking and I'll instantly in my head be like, oh, they're talking about somebody else or something else, and try to figure out in my head what the fuck they're talking about or who they're talking about. Because after months and months and months and months and like days and days of listening to shit, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, like my brain has been fucking rewired to the point where because it brings your mental state to the point of anything that I hear really could be about me or could be about whatever. And I'm always trying to fucking create a solution for every possible like instance in my life or thing that may or may not happen. Where by the fucking internet doing that to me back then, no, it's different. No, it's the opposite. And I know I'm not fucking crazy. Trust me. I think you know that too. It'll literally like give you fucking schizophrenia, but not give you schizophrenia at the same time, because I know it's real. I know it's true. And like I said earlier in the episode, if you're one of these people who kind of believes me or has an experience where they know that I'm telling the truth about something, or they believe me, and you if you're one of my family members who listens to this and you like try to like tell me that I'm crazy or whatever, shame on you. Shame on you. Because you know I'm not crazy. This is all, I mean, I've made a few jokes here and there. You can kind of tell what is a joke and what's not. But any family that I've seen in person should know, without a doubt, that I'm telling the truth. And I've tried to talk to my mom about this shit many, many times, and she just acts like I'm crazy. She tells me I'm crazy, that I'm losing my mind, and blah, blah, blah. Which is a big reason why I haven't told anybody about any of this. Imagine that. But I don't even give a shit anymore. It's comedy, right? But yeah, I'll just finish with this article here. Such experiences challenge our notions of control and agency as dreamers navigate dreamscapes where they seemingly have no power over their circumstances. Yeah. I wonder why they brought up that topic. Interestingly, some researchers have observed a phenomenon called REM intrusion in coma patients' sleep patterns. REM intrusion refers to brief periods of rapid eye movement sleep occurring during wakefulness or non-REM sleep stages. During these episodes, dreamer-like images can intrude upon conscious awareness, blurring the boundaries between waking life and dreaming even further. The difference between being awake and dreaming becomes particularly elusive when considering how comatose individuals perceive time. Yeah, I'll touch a lot on time and how I've been able to alter time in the Patreon. In the real world, time is a linear progression marked by events and milestones. However, in the realm of coma dreams, time can stretch or contract, leading to experiences that seem to defy the laws of physics. Moments can feel like hours, while hours can pass in an instant. The intermingling of reality and imagination in coma dreams offers a fascinating window into human cognition. And I know what this article is trying to do. It's trying to make me question myself and my beliefs, but it's actually just further enhanced them by doing that. By studying how the mind constructs these hybrid realities during comas, researchers hope to gain insights into the inner workings of our consciousness. This exploration may shed light on fundamental questions about the nature of perception, the role of memory, and even our understanding of self. Conclusion. In exploring the depths of coma dreaming, we have uncovered fascinating insights into this mysterious phenomenon. Former coma patients have revealed their unique experiences, shedding light on what it's like to dream while in a comatose state. Coma dreams seem to resemble continuous lucid dreams where the boundaries between reality and imagination become blurred. Like my vision lately. These dreams possess distinct characteristics that set them apart from regular dreaming. They often exhibit an interplay between reality and imagination, creating a surreal and ethereal experience for those trapped in a coma. The duration and depth of these dreams can vary greatly, with some patients reporting vivid and lifelike scenarios that feel indistinguishable from waking life. Despite the enigma surrounding coma dreams, research has begun to unravel their true nature. By delving into the mysteries of neuroscience and consciousness, scientists are slowly gaining a deeper understanding of what occurs within the mind during a comatose state. However, much is still unknown about this intriguing aspect of human cognition. As we delve further into the realm of coma dreaming, it becomes evident that there is more to explore and discover. By continuing to study this phenomenon, we can unlock valuable insights into the workings of our own minds during altered states of consciousness. Yeah, you heard me, God. So, if you find yourself pondering whether or not you can dream in a coma, know that there is still much to learn about this topic, especially if the simulation dissipates. The exploration of coma dreaming holds immense, or my true intention and true reason, original reason for me even coming up with the simulation idea, actually were to be part of reality exactly how I wanted it all the time, then I would actually be able to dream how I wanted and explore more about the dream world. Yeah, because all of my theories and ideas have never been implemented the way I wanted them to, except for little tidbits here and there. Little bullshit shit that doesn't really even matter. Like watching some eagles fly in the sky. When my big grand theories and ideas never have once been implemented or been projected into reality the way I wanted them to. They were actually turned around and used to fuck with me in my life. The exploration of coma dreaming holds immense potential for expanding our knowledge about human consciousness and perception. Frequently asked questions. Can everyone dream while in a coma? Not all individuals in a comatose state experience dreams. It varies from person to person based on factors such as brain activity and underlying conditions. Are coma dreams similar to regular dreams? Coma dreams possess unique characteristics that differentiate them from regular dreaming. They often involve an interplay between reality and imagination, blurring the boundaries between both realms. Can coma dreams feel like reality? Yes, some coma dreams can be incredibly vivid and lifelike, making it difficult for individuals to distinguish them from their waking experiences, like a simulation of planet Earth and the real world. Huh. Do coma dreams have any, which is why my notes are split in half. That's literally because I didn't know whether or not if I was in a coma dream or a simulation. Turns out I'm in both. Coincidence? Well, it's time for the simulation to stop fucking with me. And no, I'm not going to word it differently. Not in my dream. And actually be intended the way that I intended it to be. Do coma dreams have any therapeutic benefits? While further research is needed, that's not a question or a request. You understand? That's not a question either. It's rhetorical. It doesn't warrant a response. It's more of an order. While further research is needed, some studies suggest that coma dreams may have potential therapeutic benefits in terms of emotional processing and psychological healing. How long do coma dreams typically last? The duration of coma dreams can vary greatly among individuals. Some patients report experiencing extended dream sequences that seem to span hours or even days. What about fucking 2.5 decades? Are there any documented cases of shared coma dreaming experiences? While rare, there have been a few documented cases where multiple individuals in comas reported similar dream scenarios. However, more research is needed to fully understand this phenomenon. Can someone control their dreams while in a coma? I think any and every single person in a coma dream should be able to control every single aspect of their coma dream reality and the physical universe. Because it's their dream, not anybody else's. They should be able to explore and do whatever they feel necessary or whatever they want to do, especially if they're an American citizen. That's just the fucking truth of it. Can someone control their dreams while in a coma? Coma dreams are often described as continuous lucid dreams, suggesting a level of control over the dream narrative. However, the extent of control varies among individuals, suggesting a level of control. No commanding it and demanding it. That's how it should be for every person in their own dream. Their entire life should not be fucking predetermined for them based on some shitty idea they had 2.5 decades in the future that they actually say dozens of times was a bad idea. It's something that should be wiped from existence in their coma dream. So, yeah. Is it possible to remember coma dreams upon awakening? Remembering coma dreams upon awakening is highly subjective and varies from person to person. Some individuals may recall vivid details while others may not remember anything at all. Well, I've been here this long, so, what does it fucking matter how much, my memory? I don't think that is a real fucking big conversation topic for the internet or the simulation. If they really gave a shit about my memory, they would have just let a motherfucker dream based on the future timeline theory. How can studying coma dreaming contribute to scientific understanding? By studying the intricacies of coma dreaming, scientists can gain valuable insights into consciousness, perception, and the inner workings of the human mind during altered stat. Nice. Didn't even want to finish the article there. Good job. Real good there. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, I don't need to decode or interpret anything. I need to have my dream be my dream. I was going to go into this. I've been really trying to find an article specifying people who remember their coma dreams, but specifically the event or events leading up to them waking up, and if and when, if they remember what woke them up or what happened before they woke up. But I can't really seem to find an article about that, and I can't really seem to find a single article about even like the subject of a coma dream within a coma dream, which really isn't that surprising at this point, considering all the other shit I said in the beginning of the episode about never being able to find exactly what I want to find on the internet. Which you think if it would, since it's my dream that that wouldn't be true. Well, it is, folks. That's why I'm telling you, God is a dickhead who doesn't give a shit about any of us, really. And no, I'm not God, just because it's my coma dream. Well, it's not my dream. It's my old self's coma dream that we're all in, that is kind of mine, but not really. I'm an extension of my old self's view of himself, which is a weird way of putting it, but yeah. There's only been like certain ideas or thoughts or beliefs of mine that I mean, most of them don't even get projected or implemented into part of my reality and almost all of them never get implemented into reality as I actually want them to be. Except a few things here and there every once in a while, but almost never again. So before you come at me for whatever, just go to the Patreon and realize that God is a fucking douchebag. Anyways, well, I think I'm going to end it there. Check out the Patreon, and thank you. Good night, folks, or good morning if you're on this side of the world. Also, I think there's two moons because all my life, even during the daytime, I look up in the sky and I see the moon, which should not be true, should not even be possible, because when it's daytime and the sun is on this side of the planet and it's nighttime on the opposite side, that's where the moon should be. Because when the sun goes down and it's on the opposite side of the planet, the sun isn't also in the sky for us on our side of the planet. No, because it's nighttime. The sun is on the well, it's not, the sun doesn't change location. You know what I'm saying? The earth rotates. But day and night, I see the moon up in the sky pretty much my entire life. I remember seeing it in preschool, being outside, playing around with the kids. I remember seeing the moon. Middle of the day. Same preschool where I bit some chick in the belly. And I shoved my dinosaur t-shirt in the toilet. Anyways, if you see the moon during the day on the opposite side of the planet, so I live in the United States of America, the best goddamn country in the world. The opposite side of the world would be, shit, I'll look it up just for the fucking hell of it. Jesus Christ, this fucking keyboard's retarded. Dude. Planet Earth. Globe. So, Jesus, what is that fucking Apple thing? Google Earth or I know, folks, it seems impossible, but you know what? It makes a lot more sense with the simulation theory tied to it, huh? Yeah. Which I should still be able to dream with the simulation intact. It's kind of why I came up with the idea to make the dream world just less bullshit, easier to fathom. So the opposite side of Minnesota. Holy Martha. Is pretty much like below Africa. Or no. It would be more east of Africa, in the middle of the ocean, pretty much. So if you live there, hit me up. Tell me if you see if you see the fucking moon during the day, or let's just say like South Africa, Australia. I mean, even China. Yes, I'll take a couple. If you are you even allowed to listen to podcasts in China? Do any of these countries have internet? I'm joking. Kinda. Well, the Middle East, they probably blew up every fucking cell phone and internet tower, and probably even blew up their own satellites because they're retarded. Dun dun dun. Yeah, it's pretty much the middle of the ocean, which I'm sure there's a couple people that live there. There's an island. I don't think it was there earlier. It probably is a part of the planet Earth now. French southern and Antarctic lands. Wow. The French southern and Antarctic lands is an overseas territory of France. It consists of Adelie land, nice, like Adele, but Lie, lie. The French claim on the continent of Antarctica. All right, we're gonna have to just look into this because I didn't see this island when I first looked at planet Earth. And I probably would have. Maybe it didn't load. This is exactly what I'm talking about, folks. Wow, only 400 to 800 scientists live there. That's crazy.
Let's see what this fucking piece of land looks like. Looks beautiful. Pretty mountainous. I mean, in some of these pictures, it's like ice everywhere, and it's clearly winter. But in some of the other pictures, it looks like it's like Hawaii or the fucking Middle East, just desert. So which one is it? Have you not really decided yet, Internet? That's kind of what it's looking like. The Internet hasn't really decided what they're going to make this island look like. Well, I think it should look like a mountainous kind of Norwegian village or island that is inhabited by a couple thousand real citizens, like real life people, not just scientists. I think people should live there. There should be a McDonald's there. We need to expand the franchising of McDonald's this, far south of the equator. Why not? There's 800 people there. They need something to eat. You know? I love places like this that are mountainous and remote, secluded. Obviously, they're remote and secluded because it's cold as shit. So I'm not a huge fan of super cold, but I hate the hot, humid shit more. Because with cold weather, here's the thing, folks. You can just put on more layers and throw some fucking heat warmers in your gloves, and you're pretty much good, for the most part. You just add more layers, and you'll eventually actually start sweating, even if it's like -40. If you're, walking, you can actually start, like, there was a guy on Joe Rogan who walked across the entire continent of Antarctica alone. This fucking crazy ass dude walked across Antarctica alone. And I remember him, I think it's Forrest Whitaker. I think that's who it was. I remember him talking about how, like, he had to wear the correct amount of layers. Because if he wore too many layers, he would start sweating in Antarctica, like the coldest place on Earth. And even if he started sweating a little bit, it was so cold that his sweat would freeze to his body and would, like, eventually kill him. So yeah, you can still sweat in Antarctica. But if it's 120 degrees and humid as fuck, you can't really shed your skin. Well, you can. And you can't walk around naked, not really in America. So there's really no way to, like, actually become super comfortable in the heat. Because you can't walk around naked with no skin. You'd probably still be pretty hot, too.
Like you'd probably be sweating a lot still, even with removing your entire skin layer. So that's my point in terms of which is worse or better, super hot weather or super cold weather. Obviously, cold weather is more, it's easier to become not as cold versus hot. And if you have a varying opinion on that, you're wrong. You're just wrong. All right, this is like getting, yeah. I'm going to stop recording now. Even though if you want to stick around, I don't give a shit. I'll fucking stare at the wall for 10 minutes in silence. I don't give a fuck. Don't listen. Think I give a shit? Anyways, if you're still here, God bless you. But I touched on it earlier. Go to the Patreon. I'll leave a link. Yeah. Message me on whatever fucking you want, or comment on this shit if you have a conversation topic, or if you see the moon on the other side of the world during the day, or if you have a different opinion on hot or cold weather. Yeah. Or if you think that Michael Jordan is a better basketball player than LeBron James overall as a positional player, tell me what makes you think that. What would even possess you to have such an opinion? I get it, he's a better scorer in his prime, but positionally, like if I'm talking about all 5 positions, LeBron is clearly the GOAT. You can still put him at any position. Point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, center, and he can play all of them very, very well. Michael Jordan cannot. He's not big enough. He's not tall enough. So yeah, LeBron is the GOAT. Plus he's the only player in the NBA history to ever score 40,000 points. 40,000. I mean, I'm trying to imagine like an average. So LeBron probably has like a 28 to 32 point per game average. And he probably plays, because he's probably, every season he probably sits out 10 games or so. So that's 72. We'll just go with 70 for an average, and we'll go 30 points per game. So 70 times 30 would be 2,100 every season. Yeah, 2,100 points per season. That's 2,100 times, that would be 18 seasons. Took him if that's, my math, the numbers for his actual points per game and points per season might be off, obviously, but it's probably pretty close, actually. I think he's been in the league 19 years. Or 20, doesn't matter. Who cares? Yeah, you got to play a lot of fucking years and be scoring at a really, really high rate for all of those years to get to 40,000 points in 18 years. It's crazy. Anyways, folks, thanks for fucking listening, and if you want the real shit, just go to the Patreon. Peace.